create the condition of the gravitational field of the planet, which is providing more field forces for the carbon balance to be in operation, that the nitrogen itself becomes irrelevant. And then the plant absorbs everything, which balances all the amino acid pressures. So now, instead of relying on the growth only by nitrogen, which is the present time work of fertilizer, now every element of the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen is there to feed, so the plant grows faster.
Welcome, everyone, to the 328th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 14th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Kesh Foundation and Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Cram, and I'll be your host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mayran Kesh of the Kesh Foundation, who is quite often here in these Knowledge Seekers workshops, as in every single time for the last 328. And welcome again, Mr. Kesh.
Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these public teachings. As Rick said, I have no choice, I've got to be here. And in due course and in time, there'll be others who will take the Thursday teaching as we step down and we bring more knowledges and more understanding. And as I said in the Tuesday teaching, the heads of the Keshe Foundation, Ella and Lynn, in due course, will take over in the teaching because they'll take you to a new dimension of souls, where I lay the foundation for knowledge of the man and the soul. And these two beautiful souls will take mankind because they understand it so in depth that they will share it with you. So the teachers of the future, and most probably in the case to come, they only teach the soul dimensions or what man will see in the space. That he needs to translate it into confirmation of physicality for the whole of the Creator's children will understand. As I said, when we take man to the family, man should be on the same level, but the family has to be in the same level too. So the knowledge, as we started and we said many times, when we teach in sound and words, in soul reaches the universe and the universe. So when you go and you become part of universal family, you come to the point that the knowledge has to be equal amongst all. Otherwise, we'll see the same as now. People will become and claim, and one become more powerful and the others become subject. So the knowledge of the soul of the man and the physicality of knowledge of the man has to reach a point that is all equal. When you see a man from any universe, you know as much as he does. So the transaction and what I call of thoughts is in the level of sharing more what I've learned, you need to know. But as you have seen with like Earth, which is continuously connected to every planet in the solar system, every moon in the solar system, every speck of dust, because they decide the position and travel of the meteorites and the rest, they're all connected to each other. Because the minute one moves in a position, the other one moves to accommodate. And what it learns from that accommodation, the others adjust. So, going on the same pattern, when a man learns the knowledge, let's say the man is the earth, in learning that knowledge, systematically is shared by all the others that they find a position of knowledge. It's not position of physicality anymore. So when we take man into what we call the dimension of universe as a universal family, is not downloading and learning, is teaching and being a knowledge seeker at the same time. This process will carry on. So we all get enlightened by the knowledge of the universe. And this was a privilege to some, but even them only knew about their universe. And some were universal travelers, which meant they could go from one universe to another. These tribes usually lived on the edge of the universe. They were part of the strength of it. They could travel between two. The same is very much when you live near a border, you can go live in both countries. This to mankind is something far remote because mankind has not managed to understand the totality of the creation. In so many ways, as we learn, as we understand, We learn one thing: what I know, the other soul knows. And when the other souls know, we accommodate. It's very much when I tell you I love you, it's not by the words that you hear. The children in the room hear too. They learn what the love is, so they learn from it. So the soul of the man carries the same strength, the same understanding. When I tell you I love you by my soul, all other souls are aware of the love and the care and what we call the gratitude in respecting life. Means I share my knowledge. So man, when becomes a passenger of the universe, becomes a lover, which means he shares with everyone. Because the others are the lovers too. Then you understand every one of us in a so complicated but a simple way live in a traffic of information which we all share, we all know, and when it comes to it, we pick and we use. So, in a way, when we go from, let's say, England to China, we don't need to speak English and only learn Chinese to speak Chinese and Chinese food. When we land in another position in the universe, our soul picks up the full culture of that position and time, that we become one. Even though we might look slightly different, talk slightly different, bring in knowledge from another part of the universe, but we live within tranquility of equality, partnership, same being. And this is what the man has to learn. This is the process that the man has to learn. This is where life changes. This is where mankind becomes evolved and the whole universe reaches the point of what we call balance, the point of peace. And as I said, the problem is not only on this planet that we don't have peace. There are other places, other conditions, which are different but still not tranquil. And the reason for this, what we call change, this dispensation, is that the love of life and equality become equal across the universe. Which means as you see you're learning more and you're finding more how to deal with your soul, the others who were in different positions are developing to reach the same target. And in a way, there is a date of graduation that all the souls reach that point, and all the souls in the universe reach the level of connection at the same time to the soul of the Creator. The reason which is important for mankind to reach that point is when you go to space, you become, you are, and you will see the beauty of the creation. One of these parts needs to be, and one of these dimensions has to be equality and a balance. When we look at an atom in the hydrogen, it's one electron, runs around like crazy with all not knowing when it's on one side, what is happening on the other side. When we come to deuterium, we see two electrons, peacefulness, completion, with a center and two what we call electrons. We see that balance when we go to helium. Then you need that balance. You need two to keep the knowledge and the beauty of the center. This we established in the core team, and many people did not understand. Establishment of one within and 12 outside. And within the process, the twin cell sat between the two. Now that you understand more, you understand the creation of God to be balanced and all benefit at the same time from the light of His, what we call knowledge, needs two to keep in touch. The deuterium is the effective way that every soul within the domain of the Creator are enlightened and looked at and looked after the same. So when in hydrogen, an electron is on one side, the other side doesn't stay in darkness, because the two in tritium and in deuterium will become the same, radiate and control and maintain and share equal. Many times many times you will come to understand the knowledge of the space sits somewhere, if you understand in fully, between the deuterium and tritium, because it's the simplest way we can explain. Radiate and cover, and with it, make sure that the knowledge and the energies of the universe balancely distributed from the center and from outside in collectively working together. When you go to the position of understanding this, then the mankind becomes that atom. The universe becomes that atom. And the balance sits within the center. Then, if you understand this, you go to the next step where you place the position of the balance within the structure. What you see in the structure of the what we call hydrogen and its components and helium is a part of the structure of the creation, because it says, I'm made in the image of myself. You sit two within the center, but with one sitting outside to cover the totality. You sit one in the center and you cover two outside to make sure everything is complete. In so many ways, when you become a helium, you become an inert gas. But when you become a deuterium, you become center controlled, heavy, but in so many ways radiate at the same time. This is the beauty of the knowledge, if you understand the collective transition and simultaneously control of the fields, which are the light and the knowledge of the Creator. You got to understand the Creator is not in one form. The Creator is in every form that He has created across the universe. So He is in the image of all and not only man. And when mankind understands this, man becomes mature to the reality of the creation. In so many ways, you need the balance in the center, and you need the balance outside, that the light of the Creator covers the totality. So mankind will become to understand more and more the operation of the creation. Then in this process, he gets enlightened. And that enlightenment is the knowledge of the Creator, which is according to his intelligence, he can, in a way, elevate his own soul to reach a new dimension. Then you got to understand. One point, we are hydrogen, at the same time that you behave like a helium. Because in the transition of what you call Adam and Eve, you understand the Eve sits within the Adam, and Adam and Eve sits within another Adam. This is how creation was created. And in so many ways, as I was explaining to the knowledge seekers very recently, mankind has been very, very kind only to the man, because when man found out that he is the essence of the creation and without him cannot create, he changed the rules, he changed the truth, as has been the habit of the man. We've seen him how in the wars, the truth never written, only the one who was victorious has written the history in his own way. We've seen it in the Second World War and the First World War, but the truth sets far, far deeper. And now we understand is the same with mankind. The truth sits somewhere else. The truth sits within the essence that the Creator was and being and shall be a woman. It's a female because he can create. But when the man, during the time of the history of mankind, realized without him she cannot be the creator of a child, he said, I rewrite, I create Adam and Eve. But in fact, the life of the man started with Mitra, the beauty of the creation, a woman. So now you see how much you have to rewrite the history of man and all those you believed in. Man never created. Man was created out of, and that was a female. And this is why we bestow the love of God in the female, in the one who teaches, loves, and through it creates. So, in time, when the book of man opens up, you will see a lot of mysterious moves of the reality to fake reality, for some to confirm that they are, in fact, in so many ways. If you look at the history of the man, women stayed firm at home, men become the hunters. They were the ones which were put out to bring. When in fact, how many times have you seen the king going hunting to bring food for his citizens? So man comes to understand something in reality. The origin of creation comes within the female. And this is why we start the religions over the way man wanted to believe in something with Mitra, with the female. And we turn that back to its origin as it is from now on, but bestowed within the two. That in totality brings a balance between the two sides. This is what man has to accept, and once the space opens up, you will see it is, has been, and will be. Unless the man has been so kind to be the kind of man that creates nothing but imagination. But in this time of troubles, in the depth of the space, in understanding the creation and the process of creation, man will come to understand more and more where to go, what to do, what to touch, and where to avoid, and in what fields his souls will tell him not to go because it's too strong, and you'll be in the what we call turbulence of the magnetic fields which are flowing across the universe. So in a way, as you dress yourself to go out in the snow and the rain or the sun, you prepare your soul to meet with these dimensions. You never in a space avoid a position and a strength. You try to understand what is the purpose of it. Do I want to be part of it, or I want to stay out of it? I'm too hot, I don't want to be in the sun. Then you adjust, you in a way dress your soul to stand the environment. There is nowhere in the domain of the creator forbidden, closed, and not allowed by no souls, nowhere. So when the man enlightens, when the man becomes the traveler of space, man has the access to the totality of the creation, even to the soul of the creator. It cannot be any exclusion, even to the love of the creator. You got to understand, love means giving, and in giving you create. If you understand the process of generation and birth on this planet, we give love. Unless you're economically minded and everything has a value, like Belgians, you buy a child. You never give a child. You don't give birth. Always is monetary controlled. And this essence of control has to go out of the what we call inherent school of thought of the man. In so many ways, we become part of it, and to become part of it, we have to live the part, not to be outside when it suits, and be inside when it suits. So mankind has a lot to learn, but this process of learning will come instantaneously, because otherwise it'll take millions of years to adjust. This is why we brought you everything, step by step, educated you in every dimension, with the help and understanding of different nations and nationalities and scientists across this planet. We start bringing the enlightenment, and we start explaining. Initially, from the medical side, we brought Dr. Elia Kostova in explaining and comparing and understanding more, in understanding the process of the fields and radiations, and understanding the process of creation. We brought in the Belgians, and then the Chinese, to show the mutation and confirmation. In so many ways, mankind has to understand that the process of creation within the structure of his physical existence is the replication of the creation in the universe. And in so many ways, mankind has explained things in two ways without understanding it, and it's tried to benefit one or the other to suit and to fit him the way and where is to his advantage. As you become the passengers of the universe, you travel the span of this beautiful creation. You have to understand where you sit. You have to understand what you're faced with. You have to understand the condition of life and separation from condition of physicality. In the dimension of physicality, you have fields, you call them radiation, gamma, X-ray, or whatever, or cosmic, and many, many more that you will learn according to their strength as you become the passenger of universe. Then you come into the dimension of life, which is the ganses, and then you explain the same thing in the examples of like B12, cesium and deuterium, gamma rays, and alpha rays, where in fact these do not exist in the dimension of the ganses. Because in the ganses, the dimension of fields is in energy level of the fields of the structure of every gans. As we did some tests during the time, and as I said, when you look at some beauties of a man, you'll understand a lot of beauties, but on the other hand, the curiosity of the man brings a lot of knowledge. I'll give you an example. We were invited to be present in a very exclusive presentation by the heads of the EU in a conference in the building of the European Community Central Building, in a very, what I call, governmental secure conference regarding nanotechnology. And in this conference, there was an understanding of how the Keshe Foundation technology as a new nanotechnology could be explained. It was a auditorium, maybe about 100, 200 people. And we went in, as was usual when we got invited to these exclusive meetings. I always asked Dirk Laureyssens, I said, Dirk, come with me. I want you to be there, because then what you learn, we can put into the books and patterns. We went together, and strange enough, that was a time when we just introduced the parachutes, those hooks you see in the Coca-Cola bottle. That was an enigma to the world of nanotechnology, because the leading nanotechnology company in the world was based in Belgium. A lot of you know, they became part of our structure for a short time in Belgium. And we were carrying this parachute with us to show it for the first time in public. And the people who invited us from this organization, which is connected to the government of Belgium, they wanted to show a new nano understanding, because nobody has seen it, a nanomaterial which was producing energy directly from itself. As we were walking in, Dirk turned around and said to me, give me the parachute. I said, why? He says, give me the parachute. And he disappeared. And he was away for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And I was waiting to go into the conference. And he came back and said, Mehran, there is a problem. I said, what is the problem? He said, I don't think we're going to present. I said, why? He said, I took the parachutes because we had to pass through the radiation security. You know, they check you that you don't carry anything, and then they had X-rays, what systems to detect. He came back and said, Mehran, this is worse than Semtex. I said, what do you mean? You know, Semtex, there's dynamites they make, you cannot detect under the, what do you call it, the systems. You can take it with you on board if you get on the plane. I said, yeah. He says, this is the same. It is a new technology and they don't want to discuss it now. You're not talking. I said, well, we came so much. I said, but how come? He said, Mehrad, can have a look. It cannot be seen. We put it, we're watching it, but the system says it doesn't exist. He said, you have discovered a new material, and this is the dream of the man. I said, Dirk? He said, no, Mehrad. They don't even want you to enter into the conference. I said, but Dirk, we came all this way to show this. This is a new discovery. He said, you know something what it means? I said, no. He said, you can carry anything within this box and no one will ever know. You have created a true black hole and this is frightening the officials. This knowledge has to stay away till we know what to do with it. I said, well, how come you took it to the machine? He said, I had to because we wanted to know for a long time what this is. Now we had it. So in a way, the heads of the atomic nuclear center and the nano people brought machines too, because I never let these things go. For the first time, they had 10 minutes to assess it, to understand it. And still they couldn't understand it. Then, in that process, we became signatory to 2 confidential contractual agreements with what is known as the Belgium Nuclear Center. They invited us in and we started testing heavily. I gave in a contractual agreement with our notaries and one of the directors, trustees of the Keshe Foundation, in the Nuclear Center of Belgium, what's called SCK, a contractual agreement that we provide 3 liquids to the Belgian authorities on the supervision of Americans and the French nuclear centers. I gave them 3 bottles. I said to them, this bottle is a bottle of life. Second bottle is the bottle of this, what we call solar system. And the third bottle is the condition of universe. You will never understand. They tested it. There were about 1.5 liters of each liquid. They tested it for a few weeks and they came back and they said, we need more. I said, what have you done? You've been drinking it? They said, we can't analyze it. It's too advanced for our technology, but we have seen some things. Then I gave them more. In a way, they wanted to see if I can replicate it or was accidental. They were given 3 more bottles. And then it came the beautiful time. They emptied a tank, about 1 meter by 1 meter, huge tank in the center of the SCK human building. And they started vacuuming it out to understand the difference between the position of this material and how it's created and what they knew. We came to a very clear condition because up to that time in the atomic center, if you moved any radioactive material from one building to another, you needed permission. But inside the building, you could move. With this new technology and test, they found out from now on, you want to move a nanomaterial from one room to another, you need permission. Because they looked at it as a radioactive material. Then we opened it up to them in a very simple way, and the whole thing collapsed. Yes, it is absorber of every radiation, but when we immerse it and we convert it into a gas, is the radiation of the body of the man. Which means it's not ray, it becomes plasma field. And this was a shock to the world of scientists, that how our system, when it's a matter state, reads it, sees it, and works as a gamma ray. But when it's within the cell of the man in the GANs, it becomes harmless and becomes part of process of creation, and it becomes essential to the life. So it was interesting to see in those trials. I spent days within the SCK, a foreigner who was allowed to be inside as a nuclear physicist to open the eye of the Belgian scientist. They wrote a report and I corrected the report, and then they realized more. So for the first time, mankind realized in those tests that we see radiation as a ray, we see fields and energy as a gans without any harm. Then I had to explain to these people in a very simple way. As many times we have taught, you go to a doctor, you are given, you say, I'm about to create a new creation. And the doctor says, you are pregnant, congratulations. And the next piece of paper comes in front of you, it says, please, can you go and buy yourself some folic acid? And the cycle of time you're pregnant, you take folic acid. But what is folic acid? Folic acid in the matter state is radiation, weak radiation, but at the level of the division of the cell of the womb, because what we call the interaction of the egg and the sperm needs a soft radiation that it can give energy to. So in the womb of the mother, it becomes like, as the present science understands, like the radiation. But in fact, it's the energy which allows more fields to be added from the womb to the cell, to the what we call fetus. And that's how accelerates the life. But when you go as an adult and you cannot and you have problems, they give you B12, where folic acid is known as B9. So the strength of the 12 means is of a higher order. The strength radiation, as man understands in physical dimension. So when you take the B12 and enters the body, it changes by absorption in this, what we call the lymph, to the plasma and becomes part of life. So it was very hard to explain, and when understood by the nuclear physicists, that we have two types of radiation, one in a matter state and one in a plasma state, which is the essence of creation. This became an evolution in science, which, because it was discovered by Iranian nuclear physicists, could not be spoken. There was a criminal to be Iranian nuclear physicist. We all became terrorists, but became the saviors of life. And we return back that to Iran. The knowledge of creation will come from Iran, and we'll teach more. And in that essence, we understood one thing. When you saw Dr. Jafari and his wife, what we call the sister of Dr. Parviz, brought the paper about the pico and nano, and Dr. Asadi explained it, now this is life. We knew this. Now we had the confirmation of physicality to it. What does this mean? This means life in a what we call smaller dimensions becomes part of the energy of the structure. And in the man's dimension, we see it as energies, what we call radioactive energies, which creates life. So a lot of people will try to understand that when you say a material is radioactive in a matter outside, you can measure it. Inside is not radioactive, but is the essence of the creation. When somebody claims that gases are radioactive and dangerous, it means how infant and what they call illiterate in the knowledge of creation they are. Yes, if it wasn't, doctors won't give it to you, because gases have to be, but in the plasma state. They create no harm, and they don't create any, what we call, according to the test done in China and other part of the world, radioactive behavior. These are energies that your body picks up in the packages which comes from it. So when you come to understand, man has to understand, when you pass the spaces, the gaps, you have to analyze, are you passing through a fields of gamma, or are you passing through energy of gamma ray in the dimensions of the universe? Then when is in the dimension of the GANs is food. When is in the dimension of ray is the divider, as we see in radiation and radioactive materials, that they divide cells, because it's a knife, where in the state of GANs is life. There is a big difference between a knife and a life. And those who are ignorant to this knowledge, they will tell you that the gases are radioactive and dangerous, and the world of science will laugh them, because it shows how ignorant they are. And this has been already in part of the teachings, and you have learned it. Go to the medical teaching and you will understand. So if and as the Keshe Foundation knowledge grows, you have to be aware when is radioactive is when it's created by the matter state, X-ray machines, nuclear bombs. When is within your body is the energy source, B12, B6. And many people who are illiterate will try to bring this to frighten the public, because they've been paid to make money somewhere else. These are what we call the agents of those who up to now blocked the technology to come out. And now they think they can use this ignorance of knowledge to their benefit. But as you all been educated and you understand the difference between the radiation and plasma field energy. So when somebody tells you cancers are radioactive, yes, of course they are. Otherwise doctors won't give it to you. How stupid are you? And you think you're clever? But we understand this. When we did the test with the Chinese research centers on what we call the wheat and the rice, and it showed that it's not genetically changing anything, it confirmed it's not radioactive. That was a conformity, because if it was, it would have changed physical geometry of the cell. So there is a lot of scientific proofs we can show you. But what you need to know for your soul to understand this in the space, you're becoming the travelers of the space. You have to understand which fields are cutting and which fields are lifing, and how you can change the knife to life. This is what you can do. This is what your body does. Your body continuously does this. Gets the radiation, gamma, X-ray, cosmic rays, and on the top layers of your skin converts it to life. You never find, unless it's so strong that can penetrate radiation in matter states in the body of man. When it's strong, yes, we've seen it in nuclear. And the strangest thing is, this is what I found out in my early education as a nuclear physicist. There is a difference between the radiation within the body as gamma and whatever, and the radiation outside the body. And in that transition, body converts one to the other. If you understood this, you will go back into the science of what we call physiology of the man. There are 2 points in the intestine that there are very few micron. It took the scientists centuries, decades to even understand this. In your intestine, at a given, it's very simply what happens is that if this is your intestine, we have taught this in the medical teaching. Now you're becoming man of space, you have to understand. In so many ways, where you start with your mouth and you go into your stomach and you digest the food. This is your face, as the British call it, the mush. Up to this point, somewhere here, and then somewhere here. This is a very few micron. Micron cannot be detected. Up to here, the body absorbs B12, which you ate from picking up the fruit from the garden where the manure was used, which manure is partly creation, collection of the fields of higher strengths called B12, or in olden days, people used to use their own excrement. They used to put it, energize it, and eat it. And up to this point, the body absorbs radiation. In a way, creates the condition that different strengths B12 from here to B12 from here are very different B12s. They're different energies because they have given to increase the energy of your limbs to be able to what condition they go. If your body is short of B12 as given the strength here, and you damage this one, then the cell or the lymph which picked this up, which is missing, will not be able to pass your bone marrow to become part of your immune system. So in a way, in the world of science of man today, when you have a deficiency in your immune system, you go and look what's wrong with the bone, and then you find out which part of the stomach or intestine the radiation has not been absorbed. Your problem sits in your stomach, not in deficiency in your immune system, which means the right radiation from B12 has not been absorbed. So when it comes to this point, red point, up to here, everything goes in. But as these B12s go and carry, the cell still carries a B12. And when it comes to at this strength to this strength, is no use because you want it. So what the body does, body returns back to here, the B12. It's the second time we see absorption of the radiation and conversion from matter state and the plasma state. And then in this point, it comes in as energy of B12. And after this slide, it changes to matter of B12 and you reduce it at the excrement. So in the physical life, we see gamma rays, radiations all coming in, and at this point, through the structure of the gravitational magnetic field of 3 layers of the body, we convert these gamma rays into useful gamma energy or the GANS energy. But we see this on the skin, and for the first time, we understood we see it inside the body of the man as well. So in a way, we change, we convert ganses into some sort of matter energy state that when it comes in touch with the gravitational field of the space of the earth, it changes to B12 as a matter. So your body cannot work without a knife and without a life. In outside become a knife, inside become a life. So when you come to understand this, you understand it's the same. B9, or what you call folic acid, has the strength that it only fits into the liquid of the womb of the mother. That is a soft field for the fetus to grow. So when people tell you ganses are radioactive, you say, of course they have to be. But they're radioactive in a plasma state. I can drink all of it. Nothing will happen in the water state. But when I eat itself, I create too much energy. Nothing to do with radiation of it. It's the amount of energy that they give. So this becomes part of you to understand, because in space, the difference between different parts, the space in understanding the work of the fields and the plasma of the fields become important. So when somebody tells you ganses are radioactive, I said, you stupid guy, of course they are, otherwise you didn't exist. Your body absorbs, eats, and in a way, without it, you have problems. When you see, especially vegetarians coming to you, by the blood test you see. When people come to me, I have this problem, immune system problem, and the rest of it, what do the doctors tell you? You need this, you need that. In the new knowledge of the space technology, we ask for, we want to see the radioactive materials in your body and the position. I want to see the amount of B12 in your body. I want to see the amount of B6, B9, and every other radioactive material, which those who understand nothing about the world of creation has been covered under the B cells. All the vitamin Bs are radioactive materials. So when the immune system does not create, you have to see where it's not receiving the energy, not going and trying to do the damage repair without fixing the breaks. So when you have a vegetarian with you, you understand always they have a shortage of B12. And the level and diversion from this balance point tells you how critical is and what immune system deficiencies and what damages in their body you expect. Because the lower it is, it means the damage is at a higher level of intestine. Because as the food travels along, it loses its energy. So the highest are taken at the top and the lowest. The highest is needed for neuro division and rapid division of the cells for damages. The lower one is for normal repair. So you got to understand the difference between radioactive in a matter state and plasma field energy of activity as gamma ray in the cell, in the amino acid. A lot of people have tried to test this, and one after another, they have hit the wall. Because unless you increase the huge amount and even understanding of it, then you understand the safest thing mankind will carry is the ganses, which is the structure of his own body. But you come to one point, the whole of creation. Now that you become man of space, the whole of created things which carry intelligence and life, even a stone has a soul, if you remember, work through an understanding of the difference between the radiation in an open span or radiation within their own structure. You need lower, what you call it, the higher intensity radiations, that they become lower and lower cells, feeders, that in that process they grow to become bigger cells. When you see what I call, as you saw it with the presentation of material from during the what we call the blueprint from Iran, Dr. Assadi explained, we call it to pico and below. You don't come to this if you don't start from this. And to go from this to this, you need plasmatic radiation, which means you take from it and you grow. Plasmatic fields allows it. When we say you take B9 and increases the division of the cell of the child, that is perfect. It doesn't divide it. It creates a radiation field that it can absorb it and grow. We convert into life. This is why many of you, when you test, for example, with the plants which are dying and say it came to life, because this is what you did. You provided it a little. If I can explain it, I explained to my son one day, is when a child is born, you cannot give it steak and chips. Cannot digest, it's too big. The stomach is not ready for it. What do? You give it the love of God, the milk of the mother. Small dosages. And that small dosages, as it enters, you will see your plants grow. Because step by step. If you go in part of the Keshe Foundation teachings in health, you people have a habit of how many milligram and how many milliliters of GANS, ZN, and this I need. This is your understanding. The way I work is how many drops. One drop of GANS works 1,000,000 times better than 30 mil of GANS. But You don't see it. Man has to have something big to be. In the cases where I go to save life, I use drops. Because if you give this, it's too much, stomach cannot digest. You spoon feed. You introduce a small amount of plasmatic fields as in a way of containing the process to give life. You cannot give to a sick body a steak to eat, but they'll accept drips of food. This is a knowledge in the hand of the Creator and not in the hand of those who things are and know more. The ignorance of their knowledge makes them big, but they don't understand nothing about the creation. They come in the cloth of lamb, but they betray in the cloth of falsehood. You have to understand these, because in the space is the difference between the controlling and maintaining your life, or you living and sharing your rays, your fields with the rest of the universal community as food. Availability without soul. This is the difference when you're in a space. When you lose the control of the energies within your soul, which means they all become part of, you become free forward because you are available. There is no soul. When the energy has a soul, you cannot touch. It's become killing and murder and destruction. But when you lose, you decide, I open my skin, I don't want to have anything with me, then your life, your energy created, become the energy of the universe. And this is the difference. And this is where mankind have to understand, which you don't touch, and which is given to extend life and is yours with the pleasure and gift of the creator of it. Let me explain to you something very simple. In the process of creation, the fields are the same. It's a condition of the environment which dictates what fields will create. It's the same with the love of God. The Creator radiates, and as it interacts, creates different. The strength of the love of Creator from the beginning to the end is the same. Is the interaction of the division with the other environments leads to creation of unicals and universes and totality, which covers itself in it. I wrote to the two arms of the foundation this morning, be present in soul, that the whole of universe can hear. Be as far as you can, that you become close enough, that you cover the whole of unicos with the knowledge to be shared. This is the way the knowledge and enlightenment comes across the creation from now on. And then you understand even the creation has to come from radiation. And at the point of travel, transition, we call it radiation. And when he arrives, it becomes the energy or the gans of radiation. In this way, it works in one dimension. In this way, it works in a spherical condition, and its energy even the same. It becomes harmless. It becomes essence of life. In a way, the ganses themselves carry energy of radiation, but the disbursement in the sphere of the life creates useful and acceptable and life-meaning energy. And in this process, every field we receive from the cosmos or the food we eat, we receive within it the ray from the Creator. Depends how it's been divided and how it's been manipulated by the other fields within the environment. Then in space, mankind becomes aware of one thing. Without the division and what we call rays, mankind will not exist. Then this opens a new dimension for man to understand. As we said, you have different rays of gamma and alpha and beta, or whatever you call it. Now that you have come to this point, you will understand, as I said in the other teaching, they said the beauty of God is 99 as is written in Quran. I said the beauty of God in His space is 999999. So let me explain to you where the other nines will come that you have to understand and makes it incalculable. You receive gamma rays and X-rays in a physical matter, and then you convert it. That's for your physicality. Now you understand the Creator's higher order releases fields which is in match and the strength of your soul. Then you understand not only you've been fed by radiations you understand, but you've been fed through your soul by radiations is above you. This is how your soul is fed. How could he feed your physical dimension without feeding your soul? So mankind will come to understand more and more about these fields now that he becomes the passengers of the universe. In a way, B12 for physicality and division, B love is an increase in the knowledge of the Creator to feed the soul. And then when you receive what I call the B of devotion, it means it's only from Him to you. It's so high that no one can see and can absorb, because it's not at that level to receive. So mankind will come to understand more different fields of different strength in the universe. Very much you will come to understand joy has the same fields as for you as the other one, and maybe it's a B22, where the B of devotion is, let's say, 100, the maximum. When you say what I call devotion, it means totality. And when it comes from the Creator, it means equality of the knowledge and the strength. When it comes to a love, is you take what you think you need, I make it available. Means you don't take all of it because you're not aware of the totality of it. A mother loves, she cannot love only one. The one is here, it takes as much as he likes because the mother has other children and has to love. One cannot have everything that the others suffer. But mother can give the same strength, they all know, love the same. And this you will understand. So when you travel the depth of space, as we taught many times, everybody knows this color of soul means danger. This color of soul means energy available. This color of soul means I'm needing, I'm short on. And then you look and you say, you take what you need from me. for you to be equal to me, that in a way you shine and equal as me. As I said, as we start opening the knowledge of space, mankind has to understand the totality of it. There are no fuel tankers, and there are not express deliveries from the Creator. They're all available at all time in every corner of dimensions of the creation. For you to recognize what you can take and what you can convert to get what you need. What do I need to take the B12? How much of it from B20? 2. Okay, I need 12 of it, but what am I going to do without the 10? I let 9 to go because it's a division somewhere, and B1 is somewhere I need it, I know where it is. It's needed in the back of the prostate in one of the sperms that creates the right condition for the egg and the sperm to meet. You need a lot to learn. You need a lot to learn. So when it comes in the depth of the universe, understand the difference between a knife and a life. And don't try to cheat and try to say the life is the knife because you can see it as knife. We've seen this a lot in the religious teachings of the past. Frightening with the truth because people were ignorant of the knowledge. And this is part of the space you have to learn. One thing which mankind will learn very, very fast is in space on Earth, B12 is needed. But in another dimension in space, the body of the man, B12 is a hazard. Maybe you need an energy of B14, which you'll come to understand. When originally the people who start thinking about vitamins called B, it came actually as being, is what you need to exist as an existence as life. And in so many ways, you will come to understand that this process, this understanding, this criteria is the cornerstone of life. Without fields of radiation in all dimensions, there will be no life. You cannot exist. It's impossibility. You solidify. You need to divide. You need to share to exist. So, what you call radiation is a cornerstone of life. But you have to understand primarily what is a ray of gamma and what is a gans of gamma. This will divide cells. This creates life and cell. And this process will come ahead with you when you travel the depth of space. Understanding of the conversion of the field of universe to what you need. In the plasma of the gans of your body. In a way, the ganses are the converters. And you will see gamma radiation because it's as a field strength. It's very much like vaccination. You put the vaccine in strong, but then it becomes weak, that it protects the other and becomes part of that. So be aware that in a coming time, many enemies of the foundation will try to use this because they use your ignorance, and you have to be wise enough to explain it, that they become dust of the earth. Betraying the Creator is worse than becoming whatever you can call. We take the love of God from that soul and make it available to the rest, that there'll be no sign of it left. In that process, there shall be never no one to divide to their own benefit. And the beauty of it is, over the years, Foundation has gathered enough information data to understand when these traitors come, how to handle them. Because the evidence is scientific and the evidence is your life. Without the cosmic rays and radiations from the space, you would not receive 80% of the food you digest daily without eating. You have to thank the fields of the universe that they feed you so freely. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the other 2 weeks of holidays a year, because you had to work 52 weeks a year just to try to cover maybe part of this. For 20% of energy you receive to carry this physicality, you work day and night to keep it going. Imagine if you would have left the other 80% to you to carry it. There would have been no sleep and there would have been no life. So when you come to it, understand radiation in matter state is a bit different radiation in a cancer state, because without it, life do not exist. And when it goes to a smaller, you have to grow it to become bigger. So when you saw the analysis and the data, which was delivered in the Farsi teaching, and Dr. Asadi explained to you, there's pico and below. Yes, there is. Up to now you couldn't see. But the fields of the what called universal fields gradually grows this bigger and bigger to make them available for the body of the man to be able to absorb. In a way, universal fields, rays, are the seed of your food. And you understand more and more. And then, in so many ways, without them, you cannot exist. But don't let anyone to fool you. Because now that we open this into space of knowledge of what we call governments, a lot of pharmaceuticals will come to this because they want to use it to protect their assets. And then when you can explain, you will see it. And we'll see a lot of people who do not understand and lack understanding of the totality will claim the same. So be very aware when you talk about gamma ray in a space, gamma ray within the earth atmosphere, and gamma ray strength within a cell of the body of man. Gamma ray in atmosphere, you call it cosmos rays of higher order. When it enters the earth atmosphere, it becomes gamma rays and alpha rays and whatever else in the strength of the atmosphere. When it enters the gans or the cell of the man, is energy of the same. It's still the same. Still the same. But you can see how it reduces in strength and become food. Without it, we cannot exist. And in a coming time, when the people, scientists, open the ganses, they will understand more of this. You see, Dirk Laurens wasn't bad all the time, was he? His curiosity brought a lot of knowledge and understanding and scientific proof. Blessed his soul. We always elevate. It's them that they can take from themselves, not us. Then you understand the whole process of creation. And if you don't understand this, do not get on UFOs or soul trouble, because you'll be in a big trouble. On Earth, you're protected, and life with the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth has created these fields of protection for you and conversion. In a space you're on your own, and you have to understand, where do the fields come together? What happens when two gamma rays interact and you accidentally enter this point? Happens all the time. Is one of the biggest traps in the universe. What happened when you want to travel the span of universe, you're on Earth and you want to go to planet Zeus to see Mr. Keshe? What happens? You don't go that way on its own, and there's so many obstacles that are on your way. You zigzag, or you find the strength that you can go through. Then, if you understood, planet Zeus is the creator, is where he lives, that everything radiates and comes from. And in so many ways, the brightness of the light, in so many ways, brings the blindness of the eye. The more we give, the less you see. And that has to change. You should see through your eye of your soul, and through that you see the Creator by the soul. Those who achieve this point of understanding become the messengers of their own soul. Then you understand the life in this cycle of creation, from creator to created, comes from radiation. That one radiates that the other one can see, and one radiates to confirm that it's received, and that's what I want to give back. The Creator will not know if you have received it or not, unless you say, yes, I have, and this is what I've got, and the balance is yours. So, part of your work, part of the understanding of the research and development for man in the next few months and weeks, has to be to understand the conversion ratio from gamma ray to gamma energy, which this, if it's in the wrong way, creates the splitting of it. This in the right way becomes the food of it. But when it gets here, it gets dispersed in the fields, even though it's the same there, but it's not the same strength of there. Now it's the totality of the fingerprint. Here is the orange. Here is the essence of the orange, without the orange. And if you understand this, these are part of the teaching that you have to learn. You have no option, because becoming passenger of universe, then even in that process, you will see who is claiming to be the prophets, as they thought they were close enough to understood part of it. And usually those who come to understand the tiny bit of it claim that all the teachers of that to those who taught. We've seen that many times across the Keshe Foundation. The most ignorant claim that they taught Mr. Keshe, where they did not exist till the week they were given the ground to explain what they thought they understood. Pride of the man is the noose around the neck of the man, and they hang it by themselves. We give knowledge for you to expand, to elevate. We don't give knowledge for you to use to divide. Those who do, the soul has been taken from. And that's shame. Because the energy for sharing knowledge has to be shared to progress, not to divide. We teach for you to understand. And the knowledge I taught to you today It was taught in two levels. One in the level of your ear for your physicality, and one in the level of your soul. That when you become the passenger of the space, you know where to look for what energy and how fast and what level that you can convert it to your food. Or you have extra, you can put it on that level that it become food for somebody else. What you do not need, you give already digested so they can tap into it. They don't use energy and fields to convert it. And then now you understand, as you like to say, the creator transmits on two channels. One in the strength of the matter level, you call it gamma ray, and one in the strength of the soul. And still this has different strengths according to what it needs and what is the total understanding of that soul in what it needs. So when you have the what we call the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man, the creator has been aware of this from the time of establishment. What you feed in this, you cannot feed in this because it's too much to absorb. So now you have to understand when you travel which of these two fields you want to tap into, and where you tap to which to manifest yourself in the dimension of physicality, or you tap to this to manifest yourself as the fields of life in the span of the universe. And if you understood this, you can use these fields and radiations in so many ways to travel the span of universe without conversion to physicality. If you devote your soul, you reach directly. And at this point, as you're not needed to devote, you convert to matter state of that if you want, or the energy of it. This is very important for you to understand. Let me explain something so many of you might have understood. As I said, your soul is a sun. And each ray of sun, depending on the position of the fields of it, dictates where it goes. If you absorb more within the center, you'll come of a higher strength out. If you absorb in the middle, you have less strength. Is this the channel when it's the soul and it passes the ear of the man and the eye of the man, which sees and interacts with the mother and the father and sees and hears them? And is this channel, which is of the higher strength, connected to the soul of the creator, and this to the soul of planet Bod, and this to another dimension of the universe? This man has to understand. Radiations and the field strength of what we call plasmatic move of the given strength, what you call radiation, is the essence of the line of transportation and communication with the rest of the creation. And mankind has not understood this yet. For example, if you understand that this fields which comes to the soul and at this level is for the strength of the emotion of love of a father to a child, and you need to strengthen this for the father to love his son not to get a prostate cancer, it takes a few seconds to feel that need, and no prostate cancer. Now you understand how we use the knowledge of radiation of the fields of the magnet or a magnetic field in plasma to convert it into the essence of the GANs and saving of life. When I tell you, you go in the enhancement unit, if it's done the right way, you walk in, 15 minutes, walk out with no tumor, is because in that 15 minutes, the first second you have satisfied, you fulfilled the emotion, and that emotion needs time to put what is put wrong, right, or dissolve the matters which you didn't need at that point. The teaching of today is part of the teaching of what we call the enhancement unit. The systems like enhancement units have been tested heavily for fields and radiation, and the radiation in them is zero. Therefore, what you see as fields is in existence, is part of your life. In so many ways, we test everything by intelligence of the man, and those who do not understand need to understand. And this is part of the travel structure, part of life structure, and mankind has to understand that in 1 second you can speak to your mother and understand what she sees here, that there is a danger to come, and you stop or you go ahead. And in this, you see the life and the light of the Father, which again wants the same love, and he sees the same and guide you through. And on the other hand, through your soul, you need to connect to go to planet Zeus to see the Creator. But you have to see, have you received the light of the strength, or have you seen the light that you can go to? If you understood this, one of the biggest mysteries of the present science will appear. And that is, they tell us this star from Earth is so many million lights away. With the knowledge you learned today, do you believe it? Or the light you see from in this star is the strength of the same point and time which was created, and you are witness to it. And then how come so many millions of us see the same star at the same time? Because of our human amino acid strength, we can only see at the same time, because the strength is the same, this one. But because the others are higher or lower order, and is not within the structure of our amino acid, we don't see. One of the fallacies of the present world of science can be explained. They tell you maybe 5 to 10% of cosmos is made of matter state. What a fallacy. The whole of universe is made of everything. There is no space gap. If there was a space gap, and if you understood the truth, your soul is here, and your physicality connection is here. Is there a space gap between your brain and your physical soul transportation and dominion? Or is it all brain cells? If you see a gap, you see a gap in this universal community and in the cosmos. Man, because he cannot see, it denies. Now man has to understand the life across the universe is a mesh of fields and radiations, you call it, from the creator to the created. And from created to another created, because they all carry the love of the creator. When I tell you I adore you, it means I give you the whole package. When I tell you I love you, I give you what you need for that strength. We adore our children because we give them everything we have that they can survive. And mankind has to understand that the Creator adores His created. And it's for that child to understand and what he takes from it according to his expectation and the way he wants to direct his soul. You take it all, you become the Father. You choose it, you become somewhere in between till you mature to the totality. Now you understand, when we say we enter the world of universal community, you have to understand the knowledge of universal community. And this is the path, as we said, we have set from now on. We don't make you ganses. Now we teach you one thing. And it's simple. Very, very simple. Where on this you want to be. And to understand it, and to be part of it. And understand that it's you who has to convert the fields of the rays of the Creator through the gans of your body to the useful fields of your body. And what you do not need, you do not touch. Because it's somebody else's to use for them to live. One thing mankind will learn in a space is that he does not carry anymore liver. There are no storage tanks because the freedom of the supply does not need the storage and worries of life. So, as we said, as you don't eat, as you have no air to breathe, as you do not need to convert water, man's physical appearance in the depth of a space will change. How do you see yourself? You see through the soul of the man, through the fields of creation. You hear through the fields of the soul. So, primarily, man needs no eyes. Primarily, man does not need no ears. You have no air to breathe. Man does not need a nose. And primarily, as your physicality has no way of digesting as it takes the fields from the universe, you have no mouth to eat. Then what happens to all these organs that the man has created for life on this planet? There is no need for lungs, and there is no need for digestion system. And there is no food to be stored, so goes the kidney and the processing of the liver. So how do you see yourself in the dominion of the creation as a man from earth? Do you see yourself with a blood circulation Or do you see yourself as two lights in balance of each other as the creator? When in fact, the soul of the man is female and the soul of physicality the male. Then how man would look when the lung and the stomach and the liver has gone, and the interaction of these two fields and the interaction with the field of the environment dictates the shape of the man. Then man takes the shape of his environment. Isn't that what we say about the gases and the ganses? Isn't that now you entered one level closer to understand your own structure, how you appear should not be a shock to your soul and the dimension of physicality of the observer? You have to learn this, because when you move into space, you start looking for your stomach, which is not there, and what happened to the heart and the lung. But there is one beauty. In totality, man keeps in essence one thing with itself, and that to be able to create. And then man will come to understand more as we teach more in the future how you reproduce in space, because you are created from interaction of the fields, and you will create from interaction of your field. You choose the dimension of manifestation of physicality or the manifestation of the soul. And either way needs a physical interaction in the completion of the totality. Till the two fields do not physically interact, there is no creation. There is no what we call birth. And this is where man has never understood the totality. And this is what the creator brings, part of his process of creation. So man in a space will reproduce, but reproduces the soul of the man as the strength of the soul of the planet Earth. Then it'll come to the point that how the fields of other creatures of the higher strength, not higher order of intelligence, will fit into if you fall in love with them. It means I want to give, and it says I want to give as well. So let's put something in there that we both give to and we both enjoy. We call it the child. And we give, we shower it with, and it decide in the dimension of his own physicality at the point of maturity of his own strength. In so many ways, as I said before, Chinese and a black have a child. The Chinese love to see his child as black because he fell in love with the black. And the black likes to see the child as a Chinese because he truly loved that Chinese face. So the Chinese man sees the black and the black sees the Chinese. And through it, they create a love that both see the same soul, the same love and the same understanding. But at the same time, when the Chinese wants to show the parents, this is my child, what do they see? Black or the Chinese? Then you understand the new dimension to man. Then you understand what is to come and more to learn. Then it comes in space, there is no religion, because man is the prophet of himself. Correct conduct. And in so many ways goes back. If you think good, you do good, and you act good. The three gifts of the king of Persia. In fact, the three gifts from the creator, the total of his creators. What he sent to his creation was the three messages and no more. Then you understand the message of Mitra was the message of the creator in the dimension of the universe. And somewhere in between got muddled up with a lot of other things when the physicality came to it. And we brought back that process back again to start new for man, for mankind, and a beginning and a fresh start for the whole of the creation. Now you understand more. Now you understand the essence of the creation. We are created out of the rays of the creator. Did we? Are we going to use the strength of the physicality to manifest ourselves, or the strength of his soul? Which rays we are looking at? And how do we convert it in the soul of the man or in the dimension of physicality? Knowledge is free. Wisdom is a gift. And how do you gift yourself? Because the gift is given by the creator. It's you who has to understand it. As I said to you before, we have passed post-Corona, because Corona was there for you to come to understand your soul and many more. We are preparing you for the opening of the universal community. And the process was completed and has completed. And its past is a dimension of its physicality and has entered in the dimension of the soul. And now is for you to decide. You stick with the love of physicality, or you stick and move to the love of the creator in the soul dimension of the soul. And you still have the choice of the love of physicality. Man's fear should not be that I lose. Man's joy should be that I gain and I become stronger to understand more. And as long as that fear of the physicality exists, so does the fear of creation. And that cannot be for those who enter the dimension of universal community. As long as you are the residents of this planet, you can carry on with your own tribal behavior, as that brings evolution and that brings perfection. But once you enter the dimension of the universal community, you have to be the same in understanding the strength of the soul of the creator and all its combinations. So you behave different in the office, and when you come home, you behave different. You don't go to sleep with a suit and tie, and you don't go to office with pajama and slippers. And this is what you have to understand. To suit the sight and to understand the difference. And be, in a way, happy that you're aware of both sides and both ends from now on. And you have that freedom. You come home, you're a father, a mother, a citizen. In space, you're still a father, a mother, and a citizen. But you understand more, and you can, in so many ways, extend the knowledge to the point of the creation. Home time is a rest time, and the travelers of the universe enjoy the rest more as they see more, as the whole of universe becomes home. And this is where the new teachings, new understanding, and the new cycle of life comes. A new birth, a new beginning, a new cycle of creation. And that will become the new essence of the totality of the created across the creation. So you understand, we are preparing you to become part of. And as I said, go back years and years ago, will take man to a space to become part of and not subordinate. And if we would have allowed the others think they got there before, they would have thought they are the leaders. This way we show them even they do not know enough, and raise the level of awe that there is no more difference between all. As I said, in the coming time, you see the celebration of the birth on this planet, and you will see the arrival of many, many new lights in the sky. These are the lights of hope. These are the lights of reunion. These are the lights of becoming one. How the world leaders will respond will depend on what we decide and not them. This time we rule through the soul and not through their physicality. And in so many ways, in creating a new condition, a new dimension, with the fields of what you call different energies or viruses, we're creating the condition for these newcomers to be able to be amongst and equal to the others. As they live in that dimension. And when you have a guest, you prepare everything for their dimension. In so many ways, man will come to understand a new structure in life. And the beauty of it is such that it might even shock some of you that you thought you understood all. Those of you who understood the totality of the teaching understand something very fundamentally new. In bringing man to understand and see the totality of the knowledge the way we do, in the coming time, when you reach that point, as now you see through the eye of the soul of the man, you will see the whole of creation. The soul of your father as your mother. You don't need to go into the state of a sleep, but now you're in the state of awakeness of the soul, and you'll see. The same will be that you will see the soul of Christ in the same way, in the same manner, as you will see the soul of the other, what you call the prophet of man. You will see the soul of Da Vinci as much as you will see the beloved Tesla. Then you understand that with this process, nothing is hidden. It's for the finder to find the beloved. There is no dimension of physicality, so there is no space and time. And in so many ways, the totality of the universe will be covered by the two souls and the center. And one cannot exist without the other. Now, slowly, slowly, we teach you more. And do not expect that all of you understand and be enlightened, as it needs a time of maturity, and at the same time it needs the space and time on earth for man to understand the position of no time and no space. You live in a dimension of physicality, you condition yourself to its time and space. You move and live in the dimension of the soul, there is no time and space. It's very much like the ray and the guns, which one you want to be. You can be both, and you can live in both dimensions. But you have to understand and educate yourself. In so many ways, as we come to end of the teaching cycle today, then you understand what a lot of you start doing to unify yourselves, and understanding it, unifying the essence of the fields of this planet. You remember, you start showing the flags of cup of life, that you all have a cup and you all live. And in the past week, we've seen the spray of the Ganses from the cup of life. I will mix my life, my cup with your cup. And you spray in every dimensions across this planet. So we're becoming one in the balance. And the process has started. And we needed, as I said, one agreement which we received last week. And the process has started. The Keshe Foundation might announce a special event in the next 7 days. KFSSI 503 channel will open up without announcement as the new cycle opens up. This allows us to deliver the start of the unification and understanding of many, many things that will come. And you might see somebody tells you, go to the teaching channel, because we have a celebration to come. And depending on the decision of the Iranian government, that celebration time will be announced by the Iranian government and by the presence of the Keshe Foundation team. And you will understand that the beginning of a cycle has started. Cycle of peace, sharing, and beginning of a new era. Rick, can we have how we share our souls in the dimension of energies which has been made by Brazil, please?
Okay, I believe Stanley will have that ready. Stanley, can you go ahead with that?
We saw the first phase of this last week, and the Brazilian team was taking the responsibility for this, or adding to it every week as we become more and more. As I said in the other teaching, what I breed is being bred by another, and it'll be bred by another after me. And this process has to be understood. Now we understand. We share the answers. We share our lives and our energies in both dimensions. Is it Stanley about?
motoboy também?
Pode. Isso aí é contra o vírus, sabe?
سلام دوستان، اومدیم برای گنز پخش کردن برای همه. 20 لیتر آب شیرین برای یه 10 دقیقه از داریم میزنیم. هدیه به دوستان.
اسپری آب گنز در هوای بارانی امروز.
اسپری آب گنز la arriva coccoletta questa la faresti lo porto e la prendo.
Espalhado direto, água de gana travada.
Tô aqui na cidade de Juiz de Fora, o meu vaporizador aqui, pulverizando as ruas, passando por vários bairros, distribuindo água plasmada.
روشنایی مفهوم دارم اینجا رو 2/2/1399 شب احیا.
Ja, det är som cash.
اسپری آب گنز مسیر ازش باد با امید خدا برای شکست دادن ویروس کرونا. اسپری آب گنز اسپری
Thank you very much. But if you understand this, one in Brazil and one in Iran, goes back to what we did with Salas in Caribbeans by putting the ganses around the garden. We created a dome and we protected the house and the garden. If you still remember that video. Now, with the citizens of the world spraying and providing their GANs, and because your GANs water carries Zn, NSCO, this dome, once established across this planet, will create the peace, as it satisfies and fulfills the what we call emotional lacking, which was existing in the life of the man on this planet. So we covered the two ends between Iran and Brazil, and with it we'll create that dome of peace as they join. And now it's the job of you lot between the two, from Turkey to Germany to England to America to China to Japan to India and the rest, and Australia, to do the same. And send your pictures and see how we collectively become part of that dome. We enforce the dome and we create peace with it. This is, if you understood, we always said there was a slight problem in the structure of this planet, and that was satisfaction of the emotion and the feeling of the man. And we against one, what we call cup of life, we gave life to the whole of planet, and not just the man who was infected by corona. And what you do, the amount of gases of Zn and CO2, which will come to be distributed around the world to overcome what we call corona, man will take that step to correct the misbalance in the energies and the rays of this planet. And man will become peaceful. In so many ways, do not worry about the souls which took the path to be what we call the enlightens of this process in leaving the physicality, but in time and in this elevation, they become part of us and they will join us. No child will feel the missing of the father, and no father will miss the child who lost in this process. As now they will see each other in the process and dimension of the soul, and physicality will be their choice. But in some cases, mankind has to go through what I call reevaluation of its own conduct, and in that process to elevate the soul of those who misconduct. So hopefully next week and the weeks to come, we see more flags. As we have covered the two ends of the sphere, it's for you to fill in the gaps. And in the coming weeks, most of you who are here as knowledge seekers will become the ambassadors of peace in your own nations, as we know what is about to happen. As every man who knows a little about the GANs will become so needed that the others want to receive and reach that level of what I call understanding and evolution and elevation of their souls. Mankind will not look for Ganses anymore to escape from Corona. Mankind will look for Ganses to elevate his soul in totality, even the animals and the plant, that he can enjoy their presence. The cycle of the change of the man has come. But we needed to do it this way. Maybe was it necessary to go this way? We did not create a condition. We use the condition to speed up the creation and its process. In so many ways, it would have come totally different way. But on the other hand, maybe this way was by mistake of others needed to put everything right, which the man has done wrong. And why with another wrong, we have put everything right in one go. So what man has done over centuries with a deliberate act of another man to destroy more has led to the freedom of the man to become the passenger of space and understand the totality of the knowledge of the universe. Today's teaching is very heavy. Today's teaching needs a lot of understanding. Today's teaching goes back to the essence of the beginning of life from the point of the creator and the creation. If you understood the hydrogen, if you understood the deuterium, if you understood the difference between deuterium and tritium, which we were teaching for such a long time, and then you understood the interaction of that hydrogen to create helium to become a balance, and one cell, while is in balance outside, is balanced within, then you understand the whole process of the creation. We use terminology and we use science, that theology never exists, that knowledge understood and the theology comes out of the strength of technology and understanding of the science of creation. That no race and no creature can ever claim to be and want to be better than the other, but we are all equal and participate in sharing and elevating the soul of the creator. As with his elevation, we elevate ours. Maybe for the first time, many of you who wanted to know where planet Zeus was, now you understand. Join us, and with it, bring the change. Or we do our way, and we bring the change, and you have to become to follow. Either way, the whole of universal community is reaching a new level that will bring peace across the universe. And in so many ways, elevating man made it necessary to elevate the whole of the soul of the creation, that in total they can see and understand the beauty of the Creator. I hope mankind one day will understand what has been told today. And I hope those of you who listen mature to the point of his maturity to become man of a space in any dimension you like, as long as mankind and the rest of the universal community chooses the path of peace. It means sharing unconditioned, giving unconditioned, and being available to give unconditioned. Thank you very much for today. And I hope we have raised the whole structure of understanding and interaction of the man with the universe and universal community one step higher, one level higher, that you become more aware and you decide if you want to be the passengers of physicality or the passengers of the energy of the soul of the creator and your own creation. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And as usual, I'll remind our attendees you can raise your virtual hand if you have a question. And we have a couple of questions in the Q&A. We have one from Liliana who says, hello, good morning. I have a question from a knowledge seeker of the Spanish group. Is there any relationship with Swiss Indo? They propose a single religion with a king to restore glory to the people on earth, the happiness of human beings, issue money for their support through self-sustaining productive projects. They call it resurrection. They give the money, they have their own bank. Is there any connection there, Mr. Keshe, or is that a separate organization?
I don't even understand what this is.
Yeah, we'd have to maybe look it up to try to get an understanding of that. And maybe it's something we could do in the background. Do you want to know more about that, or shall we pass to another question?
No, really, these are different organizations and there are different ways of doing things. And we should not be, there are many, many organizations. We've seen some of the foundations who invested so much to increase and bring more control of pharmaceutical. Now seeing the process which is coming in and their own families have been hit by this corona situation, they suddenly become philanthropists in doing these kind of things. Where before they supported the pharmaceuticals to create more of. This corona has brought a lot of thinking to a lot of people who thought they were untouchable. You got to realize many, many of these people have themselves in touch with it. You got to understand, people like, let's say, the Prime Minister of Canada, his wife, the Prime Minister of Spain, the Prime Minister of England, the Prime Minister of Guinea-Bissau was infected, the Prime Minister of Russia, who we've been told infected, and many in the leadership in China. And we've seen close quarters at the White House, which they say they're infected and they'll be better. Follow them for the next 3 to 5 years. They will all die. Most of them will die of cancers and abnormalities due to corona. When you see the 1.4 million infected in the United States and 80 odd million, and they say 200 or 300 have recovered, move that 200, 300, 5 years, they'll become dead. The 1.4 million will move to the other side. There should be an organization to follow these people, and you will see we are 100% correct. As I said, a test was done in Iran in the very recent days. in one of the states, they took random samples. 22% of the population of the state carry the virus. It means at the present, 22% of the state will die of corona or related corona diseases between 3 to 5 years. Or they will face consequences of corona with everything else which will come. But in this process, they will give to more. And in 2 years' time, they'll be 44 or 54% contaminated. In 10 years' time, it'll be 100% of us will carry it. The process of reduction through corona with its pain and things will touch all of us. In a scientific paper to be published, you will see, you understand my opinion and what we see and scientific background to it. In so many ways, we'll see a lot of philanthropists and a lot of people become philanthropists because they think, I want to do something to stop my child, myself, and the rest. Even Gates is not immune from his own mistake and stupidity because they don't have the mutation. They don't have, nobody has created mutation conversion. Even Keshe Foundation, with the technology of the plasma, we have easier way to mutate with this process because instantaneously all of you can produce. When we see in the coming weeks, corona in the heart, one program on television will inform you all how to handle it. The process and conversion of the corona will not be hidden in the back of governments to see what they can milk it. It'll be in front of television that everybody is ready, you feel it, this is what's going to be done. In reality, as we see in the coming weeks, the corona will be on television of everyone with technology and know-how of the use of the plasma fields. The process has started. We literally have no choice in it. We are part of it. We are the instigator of it. And in so many ways, so many people are using it that we have, and because of it, we have to teach to the rest. So as corona changes, we update and find new ways for those who see those symptoms to overcome it. New research and development has started in introducing a new type of GANS as injection, which has a much more rapid effect. It has to go through its clinical trials. So in so many ways, in the next few months, we will see GANSes as what can be injected in hospitals or by doctors in the surgeries. If they see the symptoms of it, it can be sorted. You do the prevention or control at home, but the death through corona, through GANS technology, is one of the possibilities to stop. One of the possibilities. We cannot be ignorant and arrogant to say we are the only solution. In so many ways, you will see what is called plasma GANS production units very soon across this planet. And this will evolve further and further and further. And this evolution will be to the benefit of mankind. So, if you see these people want to keep whatever they don't have, there's a lot of organizations who made themselves this, what they call cryptocurrencies, and they want to keep to everyone, but they have no value to do it. And in so many ways, we see many, many philanthropists who will start spending it because they think they've been hit, or their family, or what they call the torture of their own souls and their physicality, what they've done wrong. As we see, there's a partition for genocide from Gates at the White House. Depends how much bribe he can pay to keep it away. But in so many ways, this misconduct had to be put correct for the totality to understand. As I said, it's very interesting if you understand the behavior of the Americans. They blew up the 2 towers in New York themselves to bring financial control they wanted, and then they took Iran to court to be for the damages. How much more criminals can be? We will put these things right. Gates Foundation will be distributed across to humanity. Whatever sits within that family will pay for the damages this family has done to humanity. There will be no sign of this foundation very soon. And what they will do, try to still slave. But don't forget, 7.8 billion can stand one man. He's theft and one of the biggest criminals. In so many ways, foundations of Gate will be open gate for everyone to find a new foundation for humanity. Correct foundation, correct basis that we all conduct through. But I was explaining to knowledge seekers, I spend a lot of time nowadays teaching to prepare every level of the foundation and knowledge seekers and government and officials to know what is to come. And in so many ways, we have to learn through this process that there should be no, what I call, kings and presidents and leaders who then lead to abuse. We have to be to rule through our own soul and the kingdom of God, which is crowned on the whole of this creation and not on one. And the sooner the man enters that understanding, the more peaceful life will become. And this is what we always said. We're getting there. The process is there, but don't worry about these foundations who do a lot, but they don't have much to do. People, when they benefit by something, they believe in it. And the Corona is there, and the Keshe Foundation plasma technology is there, and they see the benefit of it, and they convert into the way of it, the ethos of its peace, free share of knowledge. And if they go further to elevate their own soul. Any other question?
Yes, we have an attendee with his hand up by the name of John Blevin. Maybe we can.
Oh, we don't know this guy. Don't let him in. No, he's too dangerous. He asks very big questions. Hi, John. How are you?
Hi, thank you.
John is waiting so anxiously to open that Arizona Center that his hand is itching. I want to get my hands on the systems.
Yes, of course.
Yep. Yes, John.
Can you explain if we were to take the GANs material and dry it down and make the GANs of GANs, is that process taking atoms of the material and breaking it down into further smaller segments, and is it stronger by orders of magnitude?
if I remember correctly, I still see you sitting in a chair in training in the back, and you ask more or less the same kind of situation and question in understanding, can we get it in any shape or form? It'll work. Yes, it does. A gans works as a bone of the man, a gans works as a cell of the heart of the man, and a gans works as a cell of the brain of the man. And the same gans works as the skin of the man. So when you dry it, when you solidify it, is what is built your own body. So it's possible. It does work. And depends what the strength you need and what you expect of it. The whole thing comes back to the teaching in past few months. Look at the fields and not at the matter state. If you look at the solid state of gans, which is your bone, in fact is a massive gravitational field. That's why it's become bone. It's the edge of the black hole, if you want to call it. It's the surface of the totality of the fields, which the rest get attached to it. Then they become muscles and tissues and the rest of it. We don't have anywhere in our body where there is not a bone and the physicality exists. And this is what the mankind, if you understand it, you can use the ganses accordingly to the same way. If you structure the ganses the way it's structured in the liver, or if you structure the ganses which is structured within the brain of the man, you have the biggest storage and memory bank. And nobody has ever touched it yet. So the future computers the size of the brain of the man would replace all the present computers, the calculators and the laptops and the rest of it. Because it's limitless in the storing. But we haven't understood it. It's a certain mixture and certain salinity and certain solidity that gives it that mixture. If I know a lot of humans do, get a knife, get a very, very sharp knife, and hold the knife, especially one of those knives which are fully stainless steel, no wooden handle and something else, and get the brain of an animal and try to feel the energies and the spaces and the tensions as you put a knife from outside to go inside. You will see, you will feel different texture, different information, different understanding of what it is, but it's all the same. Do the same with the liver. You will see the same. You feel. In the brain of the man, the pressure and the texture is of information of unity. In the liver is mixture of every element you feel. Because it has to make a texture, a place for copper, for zinc, for this acid, for that acid and everything else. And each one has a different thickness and different dimension and different space gap in the liver. When you open the liver, you see nothing but the space gap. It's a storage of the energy, which that energy is calcium or whatever. And when the body needs it, it sends the energy and it converts at the point of emotion and the physicality, which becomes the cell of the skin or whatever. In the brain, it's the same, but it's the information and no matter state. And when you understand this, then do you want a gans in the shape of form of blood, a tissue, the liver, or the brain? We say in English, horses for courses. What do you want? What do you want to do with it? Use the dry form of it and bring it together, you have the bone. It has a purpose, it still creates fields, that's why it's there. And that thickness of the bone decides how much tissue it can take, decides the shape of your finger, the size of your finger, the size of your skull, and that shows your behavior. Because it says, this is what I made it for this purpose. I was explaining this very recently. When you stand in front of me, you're naked. And Caroline kills me for it. When so many times she says to me, don't do this. I said, I'm not doing anything, but I can see everything. But I pretend I'm stupid. I pretend I don't know. Because if I say what I know, there'll be nobody talking to me. So I have to let them to be. Because the way the soul has decided to make that finger, the tip of the finger, the nail, the way you show it, it gives all the information about you, what the soul wants to show, what the soul is short of, what the soul has to give. I've had this discussion many, many times with Caroline. She says it's wrong what you do because you see everything and they don't see. I said, I don't do anything. I watch them, the physicality doesn't touch the soul. The two lies are coming together. You tell to someone, I love you, and has to think and then to say, I love you, it means there's a problem. I have to evaluate if I really love and how much I love. When you tell someone, I love you, and you get back, it means it's only valued. When you kiss and you get a kiss back, it means decision is made. If I have to think how to kiss you on the cheek, on the lips, or on the forehead, it brings a different dimension. When a man or a woman stands in front of you, if you learn the soul, you see it, why do you need to shake hand? And why do they stand in that position? Then you understand the physicality of the man, the way, the shape, and the dryness or wetness of the ganses depends and shows the wetness and dryness of the woman's understanding or the man's understanding in the position of interaction. I want to have nothing to do with this relationship. I stay dry, I keep distance. But the soul says, you stupid thing, you better do because it's got something you need. It'll elevate your physical life or elevates your soul. But the physicality has its own, what I call a school of minds and soul. Nothing is hidden from me, nothing. But I always behave as I don't understand. Because if I open my mouth, I'll have nobody to talk to. I listen to lies and I know it's a lie. I listen to the truth and I know it's the truth. And I know who tells me what. It doesn't matter how they dress it. And I always, always in all my talks refer to love, which is the giving. The love is important in a word and action because it's what you give. I see how much this soul sends and I see how much you hand out in the physicality. And the difference between the two shows the lie and deception and state of mind. And this is what you do not understand. So when the body makes that physical condition of different ganses, that you have such a beautiful figure or a very big fat figure, doesn't show the truth about your soul. The body chooses a way to manifest itself for what is lacking to receive. all gets to the point that it doesn't matter. I'll wait till this physical life is over. In the next one, when I create it, I'll make it perfect. I was explaining recently, why do you get the most beautiful people, man or a woman, you just want to sit and watch. Beauty in every dimension. Why? And you see with most of them a lot of arrogance. Why? These souls are beggars. They made themselves so beautiful that everybody looks and they can take, because the soul is so low. So with it brings arrogance. Those who don't have it want to show they have it, so they become arrogant, not from the possession, but the lack of owning. So that's the most ugly person to you. If I'm ugly enough, they look at me and I can elevate my soul. If mankind understand the physical dimension the way we do, and we try to teach you, nobody can fool you. Then you become, as I said, a naked person in front of my eyes. And I can give you many, many examples. When I tell you I love you, it means you have everything you choose. What do you want to take from the piece of bread? 1 slice, 2 slices. When I tell you I adore you, it means all given, nothing left. I wait to see what you put back. Then it shows the state of your soul. Or you put the same loaf back on the table. We share, and I stay truthful. Mankind has to learn this. Until they don't learn, you are in problem. Lies, cheats, different structure of the physicality. Why do we all become stars when we become a soul? Because there's no deception. There is no need to manifest in different physicality to steal or to take. So, do you want a GANS powder? Do you want a liquid GANS? You want a gel GANS? You want one GANS in the whole of universe? You choose. Which one is more powerful? It's still the same soul, it's still the same sun, the same power. As they say, the size doesn't count. It's what it's made of which counts, and what it can do with it in elevating the other souls which counts. Not yours. As I said many times, the creator is a lover, but the creator has one attribute, and only those who are understanding of level of his will understand. It's called adoration. When you adore something, which means you get the totality. The devotion, it means I share equal. I don't hide, I don't lie. And then when you put the love, the other two together, you'll find a perfect creation, a perfect existence in any dominion. When you adore, you give. When you devote, you receive in what is being given by adoring. And if there is the same color, there is no lies. And then in that process of giving and taking is what you call love. And this is the cornerstone of the creation between the creator and the created, as the created becomes part of the creator. Now, how do you want your mixture? John, are you there? Hello.
I lost my unmute button.
I think we heard your song. You've been unmuted a long time ago, as I say. Thank you very much for being there, John.
Okay, you're welcome.
What you will see in the enhancement unit is some of you will turn into dimension of the light of your own soul. Does not mean that you die, but you become aware of your own existence. Never try to reach it while you're in it, because it has to come by the elevation of the soul of the man. In so many ways, it does not become the temple of soul. It becomes where the soul finds its temple. And it's not for physicality. In so many ways, as we load up these systems according to, mankind will understand which one its soul needs to enter into. As we said, in Arizona, there'll be 6 what we call body enhancement and 4 what we call universal systems enhancement. Which means if you enter into the body enhancement and you enhance your body in balancing it, when you walk back into the universal system, your body takes what it needs from the fields of the universe. In so many ways, it's a prelude for you to enter the universal community, to learn how to feed yourself, how to correct your conduct, how to elevate your soul. And don't expect that all will reach the elevation of the soul, because physicality has to be in balance. At the same time, universal community has to accept that move. We don't have no passports and no visas, but at the same time, we understand the feel of where we go, we could be a burden. So the soul says, stay till the time is right. Man become free like the birds. We don't see, as I said many times, passports on the tail of the birds as they fly from North Pole into somewhere in Mediterranean and crossing 10 or 20 nations. They don't land, show a passport and go. We fly free, the universe, but through the dimension of the soul. We start teaching so freely as the situation has risen, and the condition for teaching freely in making sure the soul of the creation hears and listens at the same time since last week. And that brings balance into totality. And as I said, be as far enough that the whole of the creation can hear, and be as close enough that you can hear the love of the Creator. Then you cover the whole. And this is the responsibility of those who take position and accept their own position. And in that process, we have set up what we call those who go around, and when there is not things to sort out, and to make sure everything is in balance in respect to one race and color and whatever, from any planet used to Earth or whatever else, we call them universal counselors. Many of the present universal counselors will resign. They have to resign, because they do not carry the ethos of the soul, or they elevate themselves to become in that level. And we'll see a new cycle. We see world leaders which will step down, and world leaders will accept the equality of mankind. They are there to serve, but they do not become leaders. Servitude does not bring leadership. We see that in Iran. There are many people who serve in the background through the ethos of their love for the nation, but they have taken no place, no position, because the totality is more than individuality, and we should see that across this planet. As I said, most probably, it'll be the first time since the establishment of United Nations that there'll be no nation to meet to be united on the floor of the most criminal building in the world. Because they're all afraid of their cronies and their cronies which created these conditions. I wonder, when it comes to it and the Iranian president comes, will the Americans and the Jews switch off their internet or they listen? Because in the hall of the United Nations, the Iranians, when they made the speech, the Israelis and the Americans walked out and they went and they listened to it outside what he's got to say. These deceptions are over. And in so many ways, this behavior and conduct has come to an end. Then mankind moves to a new dimension. And in the same process, as I said, as you've seen it in the Tuesday teaching, I invited the head of the Keshe Foundation as one half to explain her or let us know her vision of where these twin set will take the Keshe Foundation between Magdalene and Ella. What they envisage that the new generation will carry. And I told to both to not stick there for more than 10 or 20 years and elevate another soul, teach them the same, to carry on. Because once we stick to the power of physicality, we have failed the soul. And we heard the vision from what Ella envisages as the future of the course for the Keshe Foundation. And then we hear next from the parallel, from Magdalene, how she sees it. And these two women will decide on the future of human race in balance of elevation of the soul of the man. As we brought back the balance back to the creators, not those who pretend they're in charge and call themselves men. As I said in the teaching on Tuesday, respect these two souls as you respect mine, that through their teaching and their ethos and their conduct, you will see the elevation of the soul of the man. In time they mature to their position, but in so many ways they will shine in their own way. You cannot have a soul without a physicality soul, and you cannot have physicality soul without a soul. And then when you have that soul, it has a dominion and interactions with the soul, that it confirms his own existence, otherwise doesn't exist. And in that process we have put the balance between the two. These two souls will guide mankind through a rough time. During the term, most probably you will see the time of transition into universal community. And in so many ways, it's the responsibility of all of you to protect and guide them through your souls. Should not become the point of arrogance and leadership, should become the point of humbleness and servitude. And from it will come the new birth of a new cycle, of new life. And this will become the pattern of the universe. In a way, we correct all the mistakes of the path on earth and beyond, and everything starts on a new cycle of clean slate. And it's needed. There's been enough suffering, not only on this planet and beyond. So it does not matter how life is created. on the physical dimension of the planet or in the space gaps of the fields of the universe, life will become pleasurable, will become equal and beautiful to be part of. So we are going through a transition, and it needs it. Otherwise, you will not understand where you came from, where you go, and what is the purpose of life. And we teach more. And we teach more for those of you who need to understand, to elevate, to reach that point of maturity. Any other question?
Yes, we have Azar with her hand up here.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Azar.
Mr. Keshe, I don't like Mr. Keshe, I don't like the new system because before I say anything, because when I don't see your name, it doesn't feel the same. And when I raise my hand, I become blue. It means I have lack of oxygen. So my
The thing is, we had too many people like Stephanie just jumping in and or people opening their microphones.
I understand.
We had to create continuity in the transfer of knowledge from where it comes from, and this disruption creates problem in transmission.
Okay,
and
that's
being
fine.
to teach. So we took everything. It's the decision of the head of the Keshe Foundation and what we call our webmaster to put these things right, because we see a lot of misconduct, a lot of jumping in and talking carbonara and other things, or the other cows were walking in the background and dog barking. And this brings interruption. This misconduct will brought us to this, and it's smooth, and we can share knowledge accordingly.
Yeah, I will get used to it. Mr. Keshe, when you talk about Dr. Asadi's discussion, a lot of people don't know anything about it. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about it?
Dr. Asadi is a doctor you heard in the Blueprint Day in Farsi teaching, where he interpreted the scientific paper by Mr. Jafari, which came from the Iranian research in respect to the size of the nanomaterials and the ganses and everything else. Dr. Asadi is a leading scientist in Iran, highly respected within a structure of the government and the structure of the what we call the offices of what we call the governing parties or nation of Iran, because we look at the nation of Iran as one party. And Dr. Asadi has an in-depth knowledge of both the natural and the present what we call science of body of the man. And I teach Dr. Asadi a lot, and I learn a lot from him in so many ways. It's very much the relationship I established with Elia Kostova, and then we stopped in that level because that was the end. With Dr. Asadi, the knowledge is in depth, as he is a very much being and understand, and in so many ways he tries to connect the other ways together. Dr. Asadi, in the evaluation, if you listen of the paper, he brought in the size of and understanding of how being so means given strength, the GANS materials interact with physical body. He's a senior advisor in the papers which are given written and will be published in the coming days. Hopefully, you will see it on the international and the national level publications. And in so many ways, we start looking at the dimension of the strength of the ganses with application on the physical body and understanding of the totality of what it can be and how they will come to be. And in so many ways, just one second, we'll come to understand through Dr. Asad's teaching a lot of things, a lot of knowledge, and the opening of the totality. And in so many ways, as we understand more and more, these scientists will come in to explain for you in how you have to look at it from the reality of the interaction of the fields in the body of the man. And doctors like Dr. Asadi can bring new knowledge to the world of science due to their experience and understanding of the natural cycle of life, herbs, and what we were brought up with for millions of years. And you will hear a lot more from him and other scientists who work this way, because they understand both sides, the new and the old, and they will spend years in understanding the interaction, when, where, and what connects to what, and where one is missed out. He stays as one of the senior advisors to medical research which is going on in Iran, and he's a point of our reference for when you go to the Iranian chat, when he goes to him and he sees it, and then if he needs be asked what can we do with this, how cancers we need, or what we have to do, then we advise him and he translates it into the use of it to reach the purpose of the production and the use of certain gas for certain ailments or processes. He's a doctor, so we advise. Don't forget, we have a license to do this by Naturopathic Society in Belgium to develop and teach the system for doctors to use. We'll have many people like him, especially the indigenous doctors. We, with a new modern medicine which kills more to create more money, we forgot the reality about our own way which we survived from very few beginning souls to the present time. We didn't have the doctors and pharmaceutical 50 years, 100 years, and we came from very few to billions. Now the process of life has been commercialized by those who want to make money to have less to take with them. And this is where the problem sits. Keshe Foundation makes links with a lot of these. We do research. We have signed agreement with Chinese, what we call natural medicine university, to understand. We go back and we understand the position of ganses, because people like Dr. Asadi say, oh, this is what it does in that herb, we see it. I said, yes, the herb is a gans too, but has the compensation and the strength to interact. But instead of waiting for the herb to produce it, now with the condition and understanding of the ganses we produce, we can do the same. Don't forget, it's written in back of one of the books, the last page. God is the creator of all, and man converter of some. We convert as much as we understand and according to our intelligence. That's all. Any other question?
We have Sabria with her hand or their hand up for a while. So Priya, just a second. There, you should be able to open your microphone now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Kesh, and hello, Rick. Mr. Kesh, I have a primary question. May I ask?
That's why you're here, but it doesn't mean primarily we can answer. Huh? Carry on.
Okay. I have a problem when I made the CO2.
Can you tell us who you are, where are you from?
My name is Subir, I'm from Iran.
Carry on.
Okay, I have a problem when I made the CO2 setup and my zinc gets black. I don't know what's the problem. It means
there's no problem. That's what it should become.
No, the nanocode like moving and sit on the zinc, and I don't have any nothing like the setup do not create the CO2.
Because two things. Your zinc could not be pure, and you have most probably have connected your connection the wrong way. A lot of people are doing this. Your nanomaterial, your nano-coated material, and I think this came by deliberate or by whatever act of some of the people who try to do the things. I've seen a few mistakes and I keep on telling people to correct it, but it doesn't happen. When you put the nanomaterial and when you put your zinc and when you put your copper, this has to go to negative connection, always. If you connect this, this has to go to your negative connection. With negative means it's pulling it, so it's creating fields. When you connect this to a positive, so now you're going and embed. You understand?
Yes, I understand, but not in the cup of man or cup of life.
The same. It happens, yeah. Let me explain.
Yes, please.
If the direction of your plates or ganses, yeah, are not the right way, not necessarily by vision of the battery or anything else, when the field balances are not there or adequate, you do not need and you will not see any production. Don't forget, a cup of man is a replication of you. Yeah?
Okay.
Some of you create a lot. It means you need a lot. Some of you create very little, and some of you create none. And the next day, suddenly you see, oh, start producing. You're so physical. You have created the copy of your own soul. What do you expect? Do you every day eat the same food to confirm you exist? This is what you got to understand. Not producing does not mean nothing happens. Not producing means there is a balance somewhere. Let me explain to you, sorry.
Yes,
I was explaining this to one of our knowledge seekers last night. He sent me pictures of his cup of man. And I said to him, do you know something? The way I was explaining earlier on to you that when you stand in front of me, you're naked. I see everything. It's the same with a cup of life and a cup of man. When I see the connections of the cup of man, not looking for the ganses, but in so many ways, pictures of what you see, it's very much like you look into the soul of the man. You see the behavior of the physicality and the soul, but you don't understand. You're looking for something to confirm I'm doing something. Some of you create a heap, some of them create, it's a palm reading, is what you used to call a coffee reading. You used to drink a coffee and they used to look at it and interpret it. This is the true interpretation of the man. This is why I tell you, don't make cup of man for somebody else because it doesn't work. So when you see my cup of life, that this side doesn't work, if it creates, does it mean that you needed it to create it, or is it a balanced in true essence of the soul that does not need creation? You create when you need, and this is a lack of understanding of the man. I start teaching the knowledge seekers close who are continuously in touch with me to elevate them to their new level, to raise their knowledge to the same level. I go into understanding more for them, because then they see. When you is saying, I start talking to my cup before I get home, what do you expect? The cup knows what you're doing before you get home, even if you go on the planet Zeus. You left a fingerprint behind, which is live and continuously changes its print.
Okay, sir.
You understand?
Yes, I understand. That was not as I built a cup of man. Now is a 3-week-old. In the first week, I get a feeling I have to change my food. Now I become a vegan, and my sleep is so soft, so relaxed. And
because you eat more of
No.
souls.
Okay. And opposite of the people say my eating will get less, I get more. I don't know why. Maybe something.
Because you consume more. You have to justify. Because you think you're not taking meat, psychologically you eat more to compensate for it. This happens to everyone who moves from meat eating to vegetarian and to vegan, and it's become fashionable to be vegan. And I tell you one thing very easy.
Yes.
This is the cow. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not very good. Yeah. And has one soul. Yep.
Yeah.
This is a wheat with many flowers, and each one has a soul. When you eat from a cow, you're responsible for part of it. When you're vegan and vegetarian, you're responsible for more souls. And why we say vegetarians are calm? Because they've taken more souls. I call it the level of criminality of the extension of ignorance. And because if you take this seed and plant it, it'll give you life as a totality. So it has its own soul. Those who think are vegetarian, they don't like to see the animal dies. One plate of meat takes part of one life. One bowl of rice takes many thousands of souls.
So we didn't change at all.
We got worse.
Yes.
We got worse.
What can we do?
Nothing till we elevate to the position of tapping into the surplus energies of the universe. The thing you have to understand is that this grain on this plant still radiates its energy. We got to learn to use this, not to use this. It gives what it doesn't need. When we had that cup of life with the orange and Alex putting a banana and something else to get him drunk, as he wished, he felt and he received. He says, is Alex there in the background? Alex, darling, are you there? Is Alex, you can promote him up? Rick, do you see him in the panels?
Yeah, I see him there.
Just bring him up. It's gorgeous to hear from him. Hi, Alex. Hi, Alex. Hi. Alex, it's nice to hear you. Can you explain to us how you got yourself drunk and how you fed yourself with a cup from the energy?
That was the GANs I made. I think I made the reactor. I think I made the CO2 reactor. I added some GANs, some alcohol. And, after a couple of days, when the GANs must have settled, I took some of the GANs, I washed it out, and then I put it in a separate bottle. When I drank from the bottle, I got tipsy.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we keep on losing you. You got to stay fixed and come close to your microphone.
Okay, hold on, let me put on the headset. Yeah, hello.
Yep, this is perfect.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, like
go
I said,
back to the beginning.
Okay, I made the reactor, the CO2 reactor, and then I added some alcohol. And then when the GANs started settling, I took it out, washed it up, and then I took a sip from it, and then that was it.
So you didn't need to drink the alcohol.
No. I already had the alcohol in the GANs, so I didn't have to drink it. Same thing with other things, like if you put tomatoes on top of your CO2 reactor, you're gonna have the effect. You're gonna taste the tomatoes all day long, even orange. Anything you put on it.
Does it come by the choice of time you want to taste the tomato now and the banana tonight?
No. It's all day long.
Is that as you sip on the water?
Well, you just have to sip once, and that's it. Throughout the day, you have the
the whole day. You got a tomato.
Yeah, you have the effect. You have the taste in your mouth. You can feel that you ate tomatoes.
So we don't need to actually kill a plant or a tomato to get this taste and the pleasure of it.
Well, no, I don't. You don't have to. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to be hungry. Right? Tomatoes don't feed you anyway. You can't eat tomatoes and be fed anyway, because I've not done it with proper food. But what I've done it with tomatoes, oranges, bananas, and alcohol, and
Chinese have done this and they lived with it for months.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
They don't eat. There's a guy called Charles. We don't see him around Foundation nowadays. He lived like this for 7 months.
Yeah, I've lived with this for a long time as well. You know, I did some other things. I did some other, because I mix the herbs, I mix the vegetables and herbs together. I just give myself some experiment. I did an experiment with it, and then I lived a couple of days without even having to feed on anything. I told Rick about that. I think I spoke to Rick about that in some of his workshop a couple of months back.
Yeah, but the group of Chinese have done for a long time, using the GANs water without eating.
That's possible.
Oh, they've done it. We met him. He used to be the translator of my voice in Chinese till about 2-3 years ago.
Mm.
He used to say, I know what is going to come next. I translate immediately, but I can't translate. Nobody else's English I can't do. With your voice, I can translate from English to Chinese before you speak, but the rest I can't do.
And then another thing is, if you mix if for instance you make composite GANs, it's like you put orange and tomatoes on your CO2 reactor, and then when you collect the GANs and drink from it, sometimes it depends on what time of the day. Sometimes you feel the taste of tomatoes in the mouth. Sometimes you feel the taste of orange in the mouth. So if you have 2 of them, it's going to come at different intervals.
So it's very hard to have a cocktail, huh? A fruit cocktail is an impossibility.
Yeah, of course it is, but it's not. You're not going to feel. You're not going to taste and feel the cocktail at the same time. It's one after the other. You're going to feel. You're going to taste and feel orange at one time, maybe at 1 in the evening, or tomatoes in the morning, and so on. But I used to like using the bitter leaf. I don't know if you know about the bitter leaf. Some very bitter.
Yeah.
When I have that all day long, my mouth is bitter all day long. The effect is very nice. If you use that, it suppresses every other thing you put. Like when I mix the bitter leaf with maybe mango or whatever, I'm gonna have the taste of bitter leaf all day long. It suppresses every other one.
Alex is one of the what I call leading experimental guys in the world I know.
Thank you.
There is no limitation. Thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
You're still grounded in England because of the corona.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I think they need you in the hospital somewhere. We can get you to help.
Well, hopefully, I want to go back really.
No, I mean, in England, there's a lot happening with this corona business. They don't, they will come into it very soon. Thank you very much, Alex.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Any other question?
Mr. Kesh, I designed some kind of machine about the cup of man. May I share it or no?
What machine is that?
Is it simple as a
Cup of man doesn't need a machine.
Okay.
Cup of man is a balancer of the soul of the man. You want to give it a machine and put more practical physicality to it. Cup of man is parallel, has to be the man who made it. What are you trying to do with a machine for a cup of man? You want to automize the soul too?
Yes.
You don't need to. Don't interfere with God's creation.
Okay.
The cup of man is a creation itself. Doesn't need a machine. Unless you want to manipulate, but because you're the balancer, you all get to the same point of what your soul is ready to accept. Does not matter how much you throw in the air with it or in the system with it, it'll be used by the other souls. Because your soul can only take what it can accept and is aware of his own judgment of his decisions on life. You cannot boost the soul to make its soul up to super souls and the rest. They're back in the same physical dimension. You might get a lot of ganses built. You might feel good to a level with your body and physicality, but that's a limit. And then you enforce a position. And then when you take it off, it has to go to the balance. You see a lot of side effects and the rest of it that you might not want it with your soul. And maybe in the dimension of physicality. Do not play with your cup of man. Understand your cup of man is purpose.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other question? This cup of man and talk about the soul has taken a new dimension in the Iranian chat rooms and the Iranian teaching on Mondays. And they went out for 7.5 hours this week, and everybody's shouting and howling. It's too much. We cannot do. And as you're aware, in Iran now, it's the beautiful month of Ramadan, where they are fasting and they have to be out till 4 o'clock or sometime around that time when the sun rises to start fasting. And Dr. Hassan Bajeli still teaches. So they don't know, they want to stay in the teaching, but they want to do their fasting at the start of the day. So this week was a big upheaval. We cannot have 7.5 hours of teaching. We need to sleep to start the fasting. And so we have to ask Dr. Hassan, please give them a chance. 4 hours should be the limit. Past couple of weeks is extended to it. This Monday is amazing. This Monday teaching of Farsi, I didn't want to go to it because there's a reason for it. But I went in and everything went silent. Because my soul didn't want it to be there. And I was there. And when they were saying goodbye, I went back and said goodbye. Thank you very much for being there. But before I got to the Iranian teaching, because I was in the soul teaching, my soul was telling me you should not be in the Farsi teaching. And then we saw the reasons afterward. The soul teachings on Monday, we start teaching the elevation of the soul. And it's a private teaching. It's an open discussion teaching, as the webmaster calls it. And in this process, we try to put a lot of things which now has to come to position. Tuesday teachings, one planet, one race, one nation. We're structuring it that gradually knowledge seekers, Universal Council members, Earth Council members understand that the process of change has started. We left it to take root for weeks, nearly 100 weeks. And now we have come to complete, to prepare the Keshe Foundations to be ready for a change which is about to come. And people don't know what it is. And the first port of call will be knowledge seekers, Universal Council members, to start taking control and charge of the distribution of knowledge and nothing else. You do not become leaders. You become the sharers of the knowledge which you gathered. And those who you teach will most probably pass you very fast because they come in a virgin platform. What we see to come very soon from Iran would spread the knowledge of the GANS technology across this planet like a flashing light. We'll tell you why very soon, and you will see it. And that's again thanks to the officers of Insight Al-Khamenei of Iran and the insight in the different institutes and universities in Iran, which are pushing the technology because they've seen its work. And in that process, you will see an evolution, what we call total evolution, in the way the Keshe Foundation and knowledge will be spread across this planet. A lot of work has been done by knowledge seekers in Iran, and we have kept this team very secure and protected, and are protected by the officials in Iran till the whole course and everything else is delivered by them to the nation and then to the earth or the planet Earth. It's a lot of hard work. Many of these people don't even sleep at night. And they work around the clock to make sure. And we have reached the conclusion more or less. And once we conclude the scientific side, we hand it over to the Iranian as a gift to the nation and to the office of His Eminence Sayyid Al-Khamenei of Iran and the Sepah to spread it according to the ethos of Iran and the national anthem of Iran, which is one to be, as we said, do good, think good, and act good. And as we say, when Pandaranik, Goftaranik, and Kedaranik, which means all has to be perfect. As scientists and the team of the Keshe Foundation scientific team in Iran, and thanks to the leading scientists in the universities in Iran, all the documentation for it has been done, prepared to go. And then once we hand the knowledge to the nation to not only overcome the corona as we have done, but to extend the knowledge in other different aspects of the health space and agriculture and the rest of it. It takes a lot of confidence and it takes a lot of what I call belief and trust from the office of the leaderships of Iran in the new technology which has come from Iran. And in the coming days you will see. We have eradicated corona from a city of 50,000. It's nearly 35, 40 days. Has been no death, not even in the medical team. Hospital is back to emergency level. There is no corona as we see, maybe one out here and there, which is coming from outside or maybe inside. And so we have managed to control totally from A to Z of the corona in the city, 50,000, where they used to lose doctors, nurses, and they used to lose 1 or 2 lives a day. And this system, which is delivered now scientifically to the Iranian government officials, will be published internationally in the coming days, will be carried out throughout Iran, which means we start from the hospitals to clean the hospitals, and then the families and the rest of it. And at the same time, then we export the technology and the knowledge and know-how to the other governments, and process cleanup of the corona across the planet will start from next week. We had some delays because of the misconduct by some who thought they could block it and stop it. And now it's completed since Mrs. Mohammadi has left the foundation. And we are watching those people who work in the background with her, and then the responsibility goes with the Iranian national securities and the apparatus of the government, how to handle these things. We're here to serve the nation and humanity. And what you will see coming out of Iran in the next few days, now that all the what we call problems are ironed out, then we take a new step. We have curbed corona in a very simple way, in a hospital, then a city, and it was then we needed a proof that it can be held on to, and 30 days, 40 days was big enough and strong enough. Now other viruses assessments are in progress. We are introducing a new technology for virus, not for corona, but corona is part of the virus. And to the what I call insight and what I call wisdom of the leading research operator of the technology in the university, he said, we want the virus, we don't want a corona to be in the paper. And it was a puzzle to us, as I said before. And then we understood, I explained to the knowledge seekers Iranian team that, because then we have to go for one thing. This way we cover a new science and new technology. And you will see the units, the vehicles which are built for this purpose by the Iranian team, and the follow-up by the Iranian government support, will place this at every hospital. We clean up the hospitals one by one in Tehran, and then the families, and then the hospital area, and then the vicinity within the hospital. So the cleanup starts, and as I said, within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I have requested the Iranian officials to open the Iranian airport of Khamenei Airport in south of Tehran as an international free port. We accept without limitation, because if you have a corona, you'll be treated at the point. If you have a corona, take a flight to Iran. We accept with open arms. And at the same time, the Iranian officials will take into wings across the European nations to deliver technology in exchange for peace. We deliver the knowledge freely for 2 purposes: eradication of the present sanctions on Iran and establishment of new peace. We do not put sanctions on knowledge. We do not see why this hypocrisy, which is started by Americans 30 years ago for their own benefit, has to carry on. As I said to the Iranian officials, we take lead in these negotiations, and we don't stop, and we do not see any difference between the Iranians and the others in sharing knowledge as we've done in these teachings. And we put sanctions on those who sanction themselves. Following this development, we will start the delivery of the technology in the space and every other aspect through Iran and through Iranian universities, and especially we establish a partnership with our own organizations across, in Austria, in Arizona, in Brazil, in China. So the organization and the knowledge will be transferred directly through these channels. They become the center of excellence for space technology and shared and controlled through Tehran, through the Iranian University. That it means we all research together. And one of the first things we try to organize, hopefully by opening the Iran Aerospace Corona-Free Zone, is for the National International Conference of the Keshe Foundation conference in Tehran. Because if we have done it, you're all safe. And if you even have a corona, come home, we clean you, send you back home. And this is what is implied, as I said. Hopefully, if the Iranian officials come to an agreement how they want to do it, you will see the new technology, the new papers, the new layout of cleaning up from the hospitals out in the next few days, because everything is ready for it. I can show you everything. And it's been a full collaboration, not only with the Iranians outside Iran, the scientists, everybody else, to make sure we reach a new point that we can curb the corona, but we'll go with all viruses. And with it comes a lot of other things, which this new system will change. We had to do it this way because the new knowledge had to be shared correctly amongst all. And I have the same line of opinion as I see in the talks of the Iranian leadership, that Iran will become the center of excellence for knowledge, but freely shared with others. Most probably in the coming time, you will see more as it's there to release. And as I said to one of the world leaders very recently, you accept Keshe Foundation technology, you accept Iranian peace, and end up all these animosity between different nations, because these animosities has been selective to suit whose bank account, Iran, then Mexico, then Venezuela, then somewhere else. Selective according to the bank balance and the bribery, or depending on China. These things will eradicate these things because everybody has the same knowledge, and in so many ways you develop it as you like. We still have the beauty of it, but we all know, understand the base of it, we can always replicate it. So it's needed to go this way. And there's no nation better than Iran, as it's always been our ethos for 300 years. We still stayed a peaceful nation, and through peacefulness and wisdom, we share that with the rest of the world. We'll soon land in Italy, Germany, Austria, United Kingdom, with Iranian Sepah soldiers, without guns, but armed with the new technology to eradicate in every country. And soon we will be at the green gardens of the White House, that it brings peace and tranquility within the two. As you saw, President Trump had to walk off the ground because of asking one question by one Chinese broadcaster space meters away from each other. When we go back to White House, it will be close quarter standing next shoulder to shoulder, because we eradicate totally. And not as we saw last week, president sitting 2 meters away from the next one, and everybody be corona tested before they come into shake hand. You will get back used to what this planet used to be before all these commotions started. And doesn't mean the factory is going to close, or the restaurants are not going to be open. Everything goes back to normality, but with the new ethos that there is no war, and we are working into one direction to bring peace and equality. And this is the beauty of the new cycle. What we'll see is many people who will have a problem with, as I said, with the military and defense. These all be sorted by governments. We transfer them into production of materials for humanity, new research and development into space. And at the same time, governments have to learn many revenues which they created through the false pretenders like pharmaceuticals and other bits and arms has to be replaced with different ways of peaceful application and sharing of knowledge. We have received enough knowledge to be able to use it for peaceful application and implication. We don't stop sharing on this platform for past 7 years. And I hope those who take over my position for next 70 years or 700 years will not stop 1 second to share and elevate the soul. There is no limit to elevation of the soul of the man till it reaches the level of the soul of the Creator. And we are still a speck of dust in that concept. Any other question?
Well, we have a couple of questions going on here, as well as one attendee with the hand up. A question in the Q&A from Diane, who asks, well, first of all, we have a comment from Katja from previously the video that was played of the cleanup in Iran. Says, hello family, I have no question, but I want to tell you how happy this video makes me, and I cry with goosebumps. Happy to be part of doing the same in Switzerland. I love you all. Just a message there. And Diane asked, do we need to learn to see the fields, or do we need to learn to feel the fields? Please and thank you.
Which one do you want to be? And there is another one. If you see it, it means you still want to be in a physical dimension. It'll be very hard. If you want to feel it, it means you're between the humanity, physicality, and the soul. And if you receive it and in essence become part of his creation, it's a feeling mankind does not understand. It's very, very hard. It's one of those that 99999 attributes of the Creator. As one of our friends just said, he gets a goosebump. That's a bump which appears in the soul of the man, and he gives it a good feeling, achievement. So, if you want to see the light of the soul, or the light of the knowledge, or the light of a feeling, you can do all of it now. You can sense the light of intention, because everything has a field strength. Now we understand it. So, what light do you want to see? Confirming that your soul exists, so you still want to look at it in the eye of physicality. If you want to see it with the eye, it's inside the soul, it's inside your brain, you see the mirror. Because that's the limitation of physicality. If you want to see with the essence of emotion, it means emotion comes in what you want to feel and remember from the interaction of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And if you want to feel it as a soul, that's the dimension when you mature, you understand. It's like a tickle. It just creates a very good vibration in the fields of the emotion of the soul of the man. It's what I was explaining to, and I've said before, I call it like a tickle factor. When I was researching in Tehran Sharif University, they couldn't understand when I used to put the reactor in the middle of the room. And I wanted to measure the field. in a way. I explained this before. It was very interesting, and that was when I stand here and I put the system here. Because the system was created while I was testing it, I don't see it. But it was very interesting the way I used to position this, and this is the door. I used to ask the driver or the bodyguards, I called them for whatever reason, they couldn't understand what they come in. And as they come in into the room, I was waiting for them to see where they bend. It's a field interaction. You know the way you feel the pain of the corona now when you put the ganses on? You see, and we say if the pain is in, if the corona is in the head or the lung, because you feel that pressure, they get hit by this and they bend. Now, in the body, we do the reverse of it with putting a gans patches on the both sides of the body. This is for the first time, maybe you understand. Years ago, I've been telling you the tickle factor, I call it. And the minute they come in, because they are not used to this field, they're not part of it, they come into it, then I could say, how was the extent of my field from my reactor? If the guy bend, it's like somebody punching you, trying to punch you in your stomach and you bend to protect yourself. It's that kind of feeling, exactly sharp pain you get when you put the pads on. Now you understand how much earlier I was teaching you about it. Now you understand it maybe. So I said, oh, my field is this much, I want to increase it. So I fiddled with the setting, and the guy says nothing, I just want a cup of tea or whatever. They used to go bring a cup of tea, and then you adjust it, and you see the first time it tickled here, and then you tickled there. Oh, this was my new combination to extend the field. My drivers and bodyguards became part of the, teaching process for me to measure. We had a beautiful guy who was the driver. He's always there, and he was protective. And he used to go in the basement, floors and floors below. There was a mosque there, and they used to call him. So every time he went, I knew I had about 15 minutes before he gets to me, and I could set and see. And their strength, it depends how fast they bend. It's like the amount of pressure you feel, magnetic field pressure when you do the pads on. I knew how strong my fields are. I had a measurement tool. And this is the best way to do it. So you measure what you want. If I set this on the emotion of the laughter, when they come in, they laugh. And it depends where they laugh. When you put in an emotion of, let's say, anger, when they come in, when they get angry, irritates the nerves, a part of the brain system. All these tests has been done in a very, very detailed way through the human emotion. And then you want to see, you can sense if you feel it through your soul. And feeling it through the soul, it's a different. We don't have the vocabulary in the language of the man. When you feel it, you see it. When you touch by the essence of it, it's that way that you know what it is. You don't see the color of the soul. You feel the interaction of the fields of it. And this is, for example, to you, is a pink is danger. Or it's too close, I can feel the pressure. It is beautiful to see, to confirm any emotion of existence and interaction. Don't forget, those you see, what you call aliens and UFOs, they have not reached this level of understanding. They're still in the dimension of physicality. They have learned like you how to make cars, but they're flying cars. These dimensions of the soul which we teach now is for the future, and for those who have reached that level in the last levels to extend. And this has been given to 2 people on this planet Earth. And it stays sacrosanct. Because it has to cover the whole mankind has reached to their knowledge. and the extent of their knowledge, that through this as one, you see the strength of the soul of the Creator. You learn this very fast. Many of you will carry on with answers and whatever with the normal physical life. Many of you will go into with the new support and work with the universities and the rest to develop what you call the UFOs and flying systems and making materials for those who go to space. A lot of concentration of the work from now on in the coming years will come on providing systems for deeper space travels for those who take these steps, for bringing things for man to enjoy or putting man outside. The space technology, the new space technology through plasma technology, will become in the backbone of 80% of the life on this planet. Because then all governments work in one direction, or what you call all people work in one direction. And it's so much to do, so many things to learn continuously, new communication systems, soul communication systems, transportation with this. Man will have so much to do that he has no time for war. In the pride of man will be true knowledge, not killing knowledge the way it's done up to now. It is, in essence, we learn more. In essence, we share more. And you will see with the present situation, no government can afford arms. There's no borders, everything is gone. And now we come to our senses. We'll come to our senses. We have no choice. And in so many ways, we'll see the abolishment of the religions very soon, as they all become one. We see the abolishment of the arms. We see the abolitions of kingship. And we see servitude, those who want to serve, but they never stay leaders. Because they don't see themselves as leaders, but they are there to serve, not to lead. Then it becomes, as I said, you recognize the true members of Universal Council by the light they shine, not by the name they carry or the badge on the shoulder. It's a big change. You will learn.
Mr. Keshe, we had a question from Jan in the YouTube. You mentioned that the light, he has a question, is there a dark force in the universe? Does such a being called
it's yours. It's
Lucifer
yours.
or
Dark.
Jinn or Satan or whatever exist as an entity that is an enemy to the good forces of loving and caring forces?
Made by the religion. A phantom.
Okay. Then that ties in with Jamila's question. What will be next for the religions and their believers after the break with the impact of the coronavirus?
It's not a break, it's understanding the truth. The man will always, it's his nature to find a connection that I don't understand. When the man starts understanding that I understand, then he understands he doesn't need somebody to tell him how to feel and what to do. This is the beauty of it. We mature very, very quickly. Because don't forget, now we're going to be on television. And when the CNN said it must be true, the whole souls will start elevating. As I said, by putting ban on Keshe Foundation in international news and what we have achieved, they tried to promote the viruses and everything else they wanted to kill with. Now, it's there. There is not a nation that you as knowledge seekers don't use the GANs and the others. And it cannot be hidden. Many of you working on it. And then we'll, as one guy wrote to me years ago, Mr. Keshe, I believe your technology is true when CNN announced it. What a bunch of thieves, pedophiles, and murderers to confirm the beauty of the technology. You can keep it. CNN reports nothing but murder of man by the instigator of the murder. So when you hear the news on CNN, you know the list of the criminals, not the news. As I said, it's the same with Wiki. They put the picture, the life story of a misconducted woman, as you would call it, because she married the president. And they take the name of the scientists and knowledge providers because it doesn't suit the ones who run the CNN. This is what we have to learn. They use now structures like you call it public media to, in a way, bring control on, in a way, it's become another control on knowledge and how and who can know what it is. And it seems that the prostitution takes more places on Wiki than the knowledge. And it seems to be that way. If you live that way, you, by that conduct, you behave that way. And we see it. It's very interesting how the guy who's bought and wants to control has a connection with one of the biggest, what are called pedophile groups in the world. And he says it could be a misjudgment. No, it was a full judgment. You see, people like Gates have a different agenda. So they take video of those who they pay to correct and conduct and control. I have explained that. You've got to be very, very wise. They are there to ransom. They're not there to abuse. And mankind will understand this very, very soon.
We have a couple of people with their hands up, and it'd be nice if we could end before the 4-hour mark here so that it can be automatically transcribed, which will come up in a couple of minutes, probably, maybe 5 minutes at the most. But Peter, can allow you to speak perhaps, and Dean is after that. We can get them in. Mr. Keshe, is that okay?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead, Peter.
Yes, Peter from Melbourne in Australia.
Yes, we can hear that Aussie voice.
Thank you. I've met with you in 2012 in Belgium, and have since followed your teachings, and thank you very much for bringing peace to this planet. I have made the Cup of Life very, very early, as soon as you released it in one of your first teachings about it, and made a mistake then and threw basically all the wires and everything away except the GANs, and they've been working very well and serving very well for many people I gave it to. However, recently I thought I will buy from the Australian Keshe group the new kit, and I have then installed that into a cup. But then I saw that one of the zinc was a coil, and according to what you said, it should actually be a flat sheet. So I got myself a pure zinc and put it in the cup, and put the salt in, and since then was very strange. It's actually the GANs have developed outside of the cup on the little saucer I had underneath, and nothing has eventuated inside the cup. So I was wondering what could have happened here. Why is there white crystals all around the cup outside, and inside the cup it's clear water?
You have created specific conditions with your Cup of Life, and is it GANs or is it salt outside?
Oh, I
Are
don't know
you
what it is.
is your wire dripping down this way? Let me put it this way. Is your wires are dripping down this way and you're collecting the waters here? This happens to a lot of people. Your wires, because of the plastic connection and the motion of the field, literally suck water from your thing and they come down like this. And because they have a salt, they solidify here. Or people see it waters and the white marks.
Right.
You have to make sure your connections is above the water line, as we call it, that you don't get this. And then you get, even that, you get some accumulation of the salt on these parts, which is because of the field created here. Salt inside the water creates the fields that collect salt from the space.
Right.
So, because don't forget, as our gorgeous Alex was just saying, you put an orange here, you create a field of orange. Now you create a field of salt here because of the NaCl you put in. So now the matter state of it is here because you put a matter state. You didn't make a GANs of salt to put in here. You put the salt itself. So it's a matter state GANs of salt is created outside of it.
So what you're saying is that, sorry, go on.
If you would have, this is, I taught this to some knowledge seekers years ago, and it's just another part of extension. When you make your cup of life or any cup, and what you do, you just go and put the GANs in here, yeah, and salt, water and salt, 15%.
Yeah.
If you make GANs of salt and put it in here, you get totally different proposition. In our body, it's a GANs of salt, not salt. Right. John did some experiments with GANs of ganses. You understand?
Yeah.
So now, because you didn't make the GANs of salt and you made the salt, you put salt in this environment of the magnetic field of the cup. So your salt is in the matter state level, so you collect it outside in the matter level state. This is how actually it's a desert sand appears. So this, we understand, it's been taught. Everybody jumps in and just does 15% because it's easy. But if you go like Alex, you make GANs of the ganses. John does a lot of this in Arizona, makes ganses of ganses, and you change this to a GANs salt, not the salt of GANs that you put in. That is a totally different proposition, and then you'll see totally new features, something you've never seen before. Yeah. We see you out there. You learn everything since 2012.
Yeah. So what you're saying is it actually drew the sword out of the universe and manifested it
no, it
around
doesn't
the
pull out of the universe. You see, on the planet Earth, the fields are all everywhere of according. When a desert passes here, all the ganses which are the strength of this, what we call the sand of the desert, will manifest as sand on top of it. Yeah? Those places here on the oceans, that because of the combination of minerals inside, will create the strength of the amino acid and the other animals inside it. You understand? So you have created a matter state, so you're given a matter state. And you create, you attract the field. The way you attracted CO2, you brought to the GANs field of the carbon, and then with a mixture of the oxygen, it gave you the GANs of CO2. Now you have created the strength of the solid state of pure salt because of the salt combination, so you collect it here.
It actually looks like salt. Yes.
It is salt. It's a pure nano salt. It's one of the best salts you can use.
So I can try to eat it.
I've done it, but I don't tell you what happens. But it's a pure salt without any minerals. Because at the moment when you get the salt, it's got a mixture of what is in the sea from the urine of the dolphin, which passed to the blood of the animal which was eaten, and it's there. You're not getting a pure, but this salt is
Yeah.
pure salt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But if you
Thank you
use
very much.
Gansevoort salt, you're welcome. If you use Gansevoort salt, then you get a different composition. It's a beautiful way to do. I don't do experiments anymore. When I used to be in the lab, it's just it's a fascination of play, but you have to be very observant.
Thank you for that.
You're
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Shall we call it a day? We try to keep it within 4 hours limitation.
Yeah, that sounds good, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any
Thank you
remaining-
for questions for next week, as usual, if they turn up next week.
Yes.
Thank you very much for today. It's, as I said, the teachings become very intense, very direct, and according to what you need and the science and technology needs. And as I said, we will start seeing evolution in the course of the Keshe Foundation and Keshe Foundation internationally through governments and other parts. There was a hiccup in what we promised you for about 3-4 weeks ago, and that hiccup was one of the infiltrators within the structure of the Keshe Foundation in Iran is been sorted. The other was the acceptance of the soul by the people who were concerned, which completed last week. They're all coming together, and we'll see the elevation of the soul of the man and the change of life. And thanks to many, many of you for being there, keeping the ethos of the foundation. But be ready that whatever you learned, your governments will come to you in trying to teach them and in trying to support your local communities once the what we call the banner of new technology for viruses is released by the Iranian universities. And I'd like to thank especially the team, the Iranian team, who are so solidly, devotedly working day and night. And I give from my soul to elevate those in the upside of Khamenei to understand that we have to include all the Iranians as all the rest of the world. There should be no exclusion for no political, faith, color, and race. And if we reach that point, we have elevated ourselves to become a true man. Thank you very much. And thank you, the Iranian team. I know you got a lot on your hand. And maybe we have reached the point to understand more and more. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Okay, that completes our 328th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 14th, 2020. And we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday at, see, that was at 8 p.m. Central European Time. And we'll see you there. I think that's it for announcements for now. And we have a thing to take us out here. Thanks, everyone, and we'll see you next time around.
مثلا همه این زیبایی تاثیر بزنم اینا رو طراحی کردیم به این صورت که یه دونه از این به قول معروف زیکیپ بهش میگن به اصطلاح اونجا چیه بکچی و به این صورت داخلش هم یه پنبه چیز پنبه.
The condition of the gravitational field of the planet, which is providing more field forces for the carbon balance to be in operation, that the nitrogen itself becomes irrelevant. And then the plant absorbs everything which balances all the amino acid pressures. So now, instead of relying on the growth only by nitrogen, which is the present time work of fertilizer, now every element of the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen is there to feed, so the plant grows faster.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate.